Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 British Tomato Growers Conference. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Phillip Pearson. I'm the Technical Chairman of the TGA Technical Committee. I'm delighted to welcome so many people into this virtual event. It's the first time we've done this, as I've just said, and not quite sure how it's going to go, but hopefully it's really useful. It'd be a wonderful experience today, if nothing else, I'm sure. We have a great line of experts for you all to share their knowledge and expertise across a wide range of subjects. This, as you all know, has been a very challenging year. I'm going to mention things like COVID, our own virus pandemic in tomato brown rugose virus, and that's without mentioning Brexit. And some of our experts will cover a lot of these subjects in today's conference, amongst others. First, just a few reminders on a few different subjects, again, particularly as we've not done this before. Please get involved on the activity feed. This is specifically for this event and only visible to delegates. Please use this to get to know your fellow delegates as well, and let us know what you think about the conference. Feedback is vital, of course. Utilize your own social media by great use of the hashtag TGA 2020. Remember to add information to your profile page so others know and can connect with you as well. Let's make sure this is a very interactive experience. Although we are confident that the speaker sessions will be extremely interesting, therefore please use the conference platform in between sessions to visit our sponsors pages, the trade stands, connect with other attendees, or just to browse through other content. We have an educational page, the tomato brown rugose fruit virus page, etc., as I just mentioned. So please make sure you do that. You can navigate this through the content bar on the left-hand side of your screen. You can ask questions throughout the speaker sessions. Don't have to wait till the end. So if you use the interactive system and ask your questions, that'll come through, and I will ask the questions to the speakers on your behalf at the end of each session. And please help us to continue to improve our events offerings by checking this into the sessions you attend and rating them. That's quite helpful for us, so we know that we're doing the right thing on your behalf. This will really help us to plan future tomato events, not just the conference, but other events as well. If you have any issues with the conference platform, there are digital event frequent asked questions in the menu on the left-hand side, so the contact details in the help page as well. So that's hopefully all the technical side sorted out. I'm sure you can sort it out. Right, enough from me. Now I would like to hand over to Patrick Hart and Tim Howarth from our main sponsors, Cambridge HOK. Let's say they're the main sponsors, so a little bit from them first. Gentlemen, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Morning, Phil.
Morning, Patrick. Morning, Tim.
We'll just wait for our slides today, but firstly, we'd just like to say we're absolutely delighted to be the main sponsor of the 2020 conference, particularly in its new format. By way of a bit of an introduction, for those that don't know me, so I work for Cambridge HOK now, but previously was a previous chair of the Tomato Growers Association, and also ran the Cornerways Nursery when it was growing tomatoes. And Tim?
My background, as I'm sure most people know me, I've been around long enough. Yeah, my background really was running large tomato operations, importing, working with leading retailers. In that role, working latterly with David Barder, and left that position about 10 years ago now, when I happened to speak to Cambridge HOK as if there was any need for a person who actually understood what a grower needs in an engineering company. And ever since then, I work for Cambridge HOK, really sort of steering design, steering and selecting of equipment for our sales projects.
Perfect. What we thought we'd do today is touch on a bit about Cambridge HOK and how the business has changed. I think, Phil, I know previously you've always talked about the industry being incredibly innovative, and we've seen that as an important part of the evolution of our business. And we thought we'd just share a few things to maybe make people think and be a bit more aware about what we can do and how, whilst we face a lot of challenges, we're ultimately here to help the industry develop, continue to thrive and move forwards. If you can move to the next slide, please. Perfect. What we thought we'd do is just touch on the last 10 years. We're reflecting in the business about how much we've changed over the last 10 years as the industries continue to develop. So is Cambridge HOK. So starting off in 2010, we set up our own construction business. So not being able to just build the glass houses, actually being able to do all the groundworks and civils, and making a more competitive offering for growers. Alongside that, we also signed up with a couple of key partners, some of which we'll touch on a bit further, but Havacon, who are now the world's largest greenhouse builder, and Signify Phillips, providing HPS and LED lighting. From there, we moved into portal frame buildings, so not just being able to build the greenhouse, but also the pack houses and any ancillary buildings that you might need as a grower. And then even developing into more interesting and novel build techniques with our first curved structure built in our factory, actually in Hull. And then really, as LED lighting and some of the technology moved on, we built the UK's first vertical farm. And that inspired us to sort of branch the business out into 4 key areas: energy, construction, I've touched on, vertical farming, and of course glasshouse, which has always been at the core of the business. As part of our energy and working with P3P, we've now installed over 70 megawatts of CHP across the UK. And even built our sort of first vertical farm in Iceland. So not just in the UK, but really developing and taking what we know in greenhouses and putting them into an indoor grow. And developing further partnerships with people like Savills, slightly differently for the cannabis market, but trying to be at the forefront of all the things that we can do in glass houses. And this has culminated in 2020 being, we're very proud to say, the best year that the company's had. And we're currently building 15 hectares of glass, primarily for the strawberry market, including what will become the UK's largest used glass house. Later on this year, and more announcements to come, but we'll be opening up an office on the south coast to provide better support for our customers in the south of the country. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. As Phil touched on, a year of viruses, one continually in the press and one a lot of growers will be familiar with. We've been looking at ways we might be able to help support on both COVID and the brown tomato virus. One of the things we've been installing in some of our sites and is easily able to install in any grower site is sort of people entry testing systems on arrival, using face recognition technology, being able to track the exact time people enter our sites, and really giving a full track and trace for everyone, including taking temperature from arrival, ensuring we've got all that data, but making sure that we can keep our team safe and available for growers. And we've also been looking at air sterilisation technology, and we've been working up a partnership with someone that we can provide air sterilisation that's completely safe for people and fruit, suitable for any areas of the site. But if it's something that people are interested in, please get in touch with us, because we've been looking at the COVID situation, taking it pretty seriously, and technology and innovation is a great way we can improve this. And then coming on to the brown tomato virus, one of the challenges we worked, in fact, with Phil on, is looking at retail crates and returning those back to growers. It's obviously a potential area of risk. And we've built a container that can be installed on any site. Carrots can be taken straight into the steam container. Everything can be sterilised prior to it entering your glass house or packaging area, all with the necessary safety precautions, ensuring that that it's all locked and sealed and people can't enter it when it's mid-cycle, as you might expect. So continuing to innovate around some of the modern challenges and viruses we have, we're finding new solutions to take that forwards. Next slide.
Okay, this one's for me really. My background really was working with lighting in tomato growing when we built the largest lit tomato production nursery up in Billingham, where we had 9 hectares. And looking back now, and I see what we did now and what we could be doing with the new lighting technology, it makes us just see how fast things have moved. So what I've done here is just show you how LED has progressed. This is just since 2014, so relatively recently. So, but if I take you back to HPS installations, if we use micromoles per watt as the figure, then back in year 2000, we were installing at about 1.4, 1.5 micromoles per watt, and to power a hectare of glass to about 14,000 lux, as it was in those days, we'll be using nearly 1.5 meg of electricity per hectare. So using the Philips as a sort of benchmark, what's happened here is the first iterations that came out of top lights, and sorry Phil, you bought some of these. You can see there that the efficiencies were vast improvement then on HPS. 1000 watt HPS at that time were available at about 1.9. They're now about 2 micromoles per watt. So we started off about 2.25. Then we moved to 2.9. Recent releases in the last 18 months has seen us rise now, and we're now at about anywhere between 3 and 3.5 micromole per watt, depending on spectrum. So again, if we go back to where I was 20 years ago now, we're now lighting a hectare of glass with less than half of the energy that we were a few years ago. So when we look at that, what does that actually mean to the grower? If we just take a typical lit tomato crop planting week 39, 220 micromoles, 16,000 lux in old language, then 2,500 hours a year, 11 pence a kilowatt. What we've seen since 2014 to 2020, we're potentially saving nearly £95,000 a hectare purely on electrical load. So what that's actually saying now is, are we getting to the cusp now where lighting all year round is becoming, well, it's certainly becoming more viable. We now need to run the computations and look at selling price and other costs. But recent work that Patrick and I have been doing have been showing that there are good business cases, and it's well worth having a look. I think the challenges are with the retail sector and how that's keeping up with our aspirations for return price. We do expect theoretically LED technology is still improving. At the moment, we think practically it could reach 4.2, but these developments now are really looking at lens technology, driver technology, and other electrical component technology to help us get there. And just to look at yield increases, now what we're seeing, if we take a typical crop like piccolo, of a conventional year, sort of planted December, finished by the end of November, will be 22, 24 kilos a square metre. Now we are routinely achieving, with a week 39 planting day, achieving yields of 30 to 32 kilos per square metre. So I think for those who are interested to sort of revisit it, because it is one of those subjects that I think you visit it once, but then technology moves forward. So if anybody's interested in just revisiting that model again, just give us a call. Next slide.
Finally, one of the bits we wanted to touch on, I guess, is some of the software side and the use of data that we see as something that can really help to transform the way we run our sites. We work very closely with Preva, and something I thought I would touch on as I actually installed this in Cornway's nursery, and we certainly got a very good payback on it, is the Preva FS system, which is all around tracking your labour and giving you live management tools. Can be linked to tracking for piece rates, but also using it as a live tool for staff to see how well they're performing and giving real management data in terms of, well, how long do tasks actually take, even getting down to things like how long are we really sweeping the nursery for, spending time cleaning, how can we make those sorts of tasks improving, particularly key with Brexit and labour availability on the horizon, and clearly a concern. Getting the most out of your labour, I think, is absolutely key.
System that is relatively new now to the market, and what this does is it actually pulls together three sets of data, two of which certainly most people will be doing already. First one is actually allowing development of crop specific and crop schedule specific temperature and climate control programs. So we'll have a climate program for just receiving young plants for that, let's say weeks 1 and 2, then the next growth phase and the next growth phase. So allowing us to create growth phase recipes, feeding into that database two other functions. One is plant-based readings, so people will be used to infrared, plant sap analysis, leaf area index. So feeding in all those plant-based based measurements that can be actually now done autonomously. And the third part of the data is the regular crop data that we'll all be recording, record it, written down, enters into a spreadsheet. Some people put it on a database, but ultimately allowing us to review and track plant performance, crop growth performance against the climate to allow better deliverance and better investigation into the results of a specific growth phase strategy. So I think that's one to watch in the future. All cloud-based data storage, and again, for those who want to, it also, for people who've got multiple sites, it allows people to track and share those recipes within the same grower groups.
And then finally, we thought we'd touch on something we're just developing that's slightly beyond the industry, but obviously an interesting topic. Is we're working with 30 megahertz and 2Grow, who are a sensor company, looking at autonomous growing. In this case, for cannabis, we certainly see autonomous growing as a really interesting area, and I don't think we're necessarily believers that this replaces a grower at all. That's still absolutely key. But having a computer that can maybe help ask better questions and look at range of data and make suggestions in terms of different decisions you might be able to make, we see could become a really important tool to aid that grower, and starting to move maybe into what might be more semi-autonomous or some support. But we certainly see systems and data becoming that could really drive the industry and going forward. And as part of that, we've been strengthening our electrical controls team, both in the north and south of the country, as we see this is an increasing area of interest and one that we expect to continue to develop. Next slide, please. And then finally, coming on to what's always will be a key topic, and I know John from the NFU will be talking about this further today, but we thought we would just touch on a few parts of we see energy. Most people will probably be aware that RHI extension has been extended until March 2022, and we see there's opportunity for moving quite quickly and looking at some of the tariffs and incentives for those that are interested. We've also got more options for gas, particularly where main gas is available and connections can be very expensive. That actually tankered in liquid natural gas can be quite competitive, particularly if you're using an older oil or diesel generator. And we see this is a new area that starts to change the viability of gas where you can't get that pipework connection. And then we're working with Savills looking at developing new sites that could be right for growing crops next to, particularly next to AD plants. We're building one for Beeswax Dyson this year linked to an AD plant, and we've already got some interesting projects next year looking at utilising what is ultimately waste, heat and energy that would still attract RHI that's not being fully utilised. And as part of that, we've strengthened our team, and we've got a couple of experts in. Charlotte, who's got a strong background in renewables, and John, who's joined us from E.ON. And we've been developing the energy side of our business, particularly in partnership with Vijverberg, our Dutch partners, really looking at how we could model different technologies and savings for growers, and looking at coming up with the best return on investment within energy. Next slide, please. But finally, we thought we'd just finish with, and hopefully there are a few thoughts for people to take away. Ultimately, we are facing a lot of challenges as an industry, with viruses and labour and Brexit and all the things that people are aware of. We see our role in Cambridge UK as trying to provide innovative and different solutions and continue to support the industry going forwards. Horticulture's always gone through tough times and has always been an innovative industry, and I've absolutely no doubt will continue to do so. And we hope we can play our part in that and work closely with you all to create another exciting decade for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant, guys. Thank you very much indeed for that. It was very comprehensive. I would just add one point. This is, as a customer, we've currently got half your team investing in one of our existing glass houses. So that's another bit that you, another string to your bow. We've had a few questions come in. I'm going to steer the first one to Tim, if that's all right, Tim. We've had a question that says, how relevant is LED lighting in your market, and what do you see as the most important thing that we need to do to integrate this? So, is it a particular new technology, or is it just more of the same at the moment?
I think at the moment the challenges in the LED market, the development of the LED market at the moment, I think, is pushing a foot at a very big pace. The main driver that is getting efficiency is the fact that all companies are moving to more and more higher output units. So because of a higher output per fixture, so we're now up to 1800 micromoles, which is the equivalent of a 600 watt. And some companies are now getting up to sort of 3000. So we're almost at 1000 watt direct 1-for-1 replacements. As a result of that, that's two challenges. One is we get better efficiencies, but then the challenge becomes on heat dissipation. So the balance now is about how far can passive cooling of LEDs go before we have to use mechanical cooling, and do we really want fans and mechanical cooling systems in our glass houses 7 meters from the floor? So those are the challenges really, is trying to keep making sure that the development of the LED is right for our crops. The challenge of higher output certainly for the UK, and we have to remind our Dutch friends of this from time to time. We all don't have 7-8 meter high greenhouses. We still have vast amount of the industry is sort of between 4 and 6 meters. So as we start to go higher and higher in output, we do have less fixtures, so uniformity is affected. So it's a fine balance, but certainly we're getting some very good projects at the moment. But those are the challenges going forward.
And I think, Phil, we're starting to see when we're building our models, and of course everyone has a different energy model, but actually returns on investment in lighting, as opposed to being something that may be being done to provide all year round supply more for marketing reasons, actually it can be quite compelling as an investment in its own right now. So it's probably moved from something that people are investing for more sales and marketing reasons to something that can genuinely be considered with the right energy model as an investment that could enhance the business profitability.
So, but by that you mean adding light for summer crop, for instance, putting it into light in the summer crop and driving it harder rather than just season extension.
Yes.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, when we're talking about LEDs, it's slightly different. So I know it's a tomato conference, but you've got some interest in vertical farming here. You definitely got at least one gentleman or person, or lady, gentleman, has asked, how do I get in touch with you to invest in vertical farming? So, presume which via your website is it, guys?
Yeah, via our website, via LinkedIn. Please do get in touch. If you send us a message on the conference, we'll also pick it up through the conference boards as well. But yeah, please do get in touch. We're here to help.
I think, Phil, what I'd also say is we've been, I think, I would say, really much at the forefront of the vertical farming sector, and I think what can set us apart from others is the fact that we're actually close enough to them, and we're actually now doing the looking at the benefits, looking where we've over-engineered, looking at where we've under-engineered. So I think we're now at the point where the inquiry stream is very strong. I think the UK there's a lot of interest, but at the moment I think we need a bit more support from price. But certainly if we look out at the Scandinavian countries and the Middle East, where they obviously have the different challenges, I think that's where it's going to start. But certainly we've just delivered another 150 square metre one vertical farm just north of London, just handed over just 2 weeks ago, and they're already that's sold out, and they're already looking to expand. So yeah, please get in touch. Brilliant, exciting times. Probably the last question before we go to the video that you're going to show us. Bringing you back to core values, really, is sort of, do you see any exciting new innovations in glasshouse design that are coming through at the moment, or you can comment on? I think the main innovation and consideration, not specifically for the tomato sector, but certainly for the cannabis sector, is very much looking at semi-closed and closed glasshouse technology. That's really starting to shine through. It makes your eyes water a little bit when you start to look at the capital cost, let alone the operational cost. But certainly in certain crop sectors, I think you will start to see that, where specifically where humidity control is absolutely paramount. That's the driver behind it, really. We can manage everything else, but when we want low humidities in a high humidity part of the world, that's obviously a challenge. So really automation within the glasshouse, so certainly involved in projects on automated strawberry harvesting. Now there'll be people in the room looking at tomato harvesting. So I think it's about how can we, what tools can we put into the glasshouse? So we've touched on the FS performance, the fill, like these sort of things that add data, and I think that's what's going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years. We're going to get smarter about managing our glass houses from a cost point of view. So that's how I see the next sort of 5 years, certainly.
And even slight tweaks, Phil, in terms of the structures and the amount of light transmission. It always surprises me with the ones that we're building now, looking at what I used to run, the difference, and it's very small details, but actually there has continued to be development into thinner frames, better light transmission, more light into the glasshouse, and as we all know, that equals yield.
Brilliant. Well, we've got one last question, which I will just take, which is has come in. It says, how important and considered is the LED light spectrum? So full spectrum, or just blue, or just red, or far red, or maybe not far red? Is any more knowledge on that, Tim? Sorry to come back to you.
Yeah, I think that's something. If I go back to LEDs 10 years ago, I think when I would speak to growers there, they thought it was great. It was, we've got the ability to tune spectrum. We can play this. And as you walk around the nursery, you'd find that there was 5% of their HPS lamps weren't even turned on. Yeah. So I think the LED market launched itself really to sell you a Ferrari, when actually we needed to draw over something a little bit more sensible. I think what I would see now is yes, there are spectrums available. There are different points of view on that, which I don't think makes it very easy for the grower to disseminate, really. It's usually how the sales team are. Definitely, we know that different levels of blue, so it depends on the crop. So in the tomato sector at the moment, what we really want, in my opinion, is we currently grow in a glass house. We want our cheapest photon of light that has the lowest impact cost on our kilo of fruit that we sell. So the tomato one for me is really, really pretty straightforward, because it's not a crop that we are steering through varying growth phases. And we may have a different spectrum within the propagation phase, than we would within the growing phase. But I think for me, the tomato sector is pretty straightforward. It doesn't need to be a full spectrum, in my opinion. But yeah, please keep in touch, and anybody wants to, happy to come down and sort of share the reasons in why with you all.
Brilliant, guys. Really helpful. Right, I'm going to step back now, and I believe there's a video that you're going to play. Again, thank you ever so much for being involved. Thank you ever so much for your technical information, but more importantly, from the TGA's point of view, thank you ever so much for being the main sponsor for today's event. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Phil. Delighted.
Okay, welcome back after that short video. Our first full speaker, if you like, is a gentleman called Lee Abbey, who I'm sure doesn't need much introduction, but I will do anyway. Lee's from the NFU, is involved in many sectors, involved in working closely with myself and the Horticulture and Potato Commodity Board. Lee's going to talk to us about some of the challenges I mentioned earlier, particularly COVID-19, Brexit, and beyond. In welcoming Lee, I need to thank our sponsor for this part, which is De Ruyter, part of the Bayer Group, for kindly sponsoring this session. And we will start, I believe, with a short video. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
Good morning, Lee. The floor is yours, as they say.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It's typical that I've followed two videos, which obviously brighten people up and wake them up, and now I'm just going to stare at you and talk for 15 minutes. So please bear with me. So I've been asked to talk about different issues within the sector. Normally, when I prepare for an event, the content pretty much writes itself. There's always one or two key topics that growers are interested in and we've been working on. This time, there's so many different challenging issues, it's difficult to know where to begin. So just as we count down to leaving the EU, and even now without certainty on what that relationship will look like, we suddenly have this global pandemic which affects us all personally and professionally. So I'm going to attempt to cover Labour, Brexit and COVID impacts, but these are all pretty large subjects, so I'll do my best to make sense of them, but of course there will be opportunity to ask questions as well. I'm going to start with COVID. I'm sure we don't need reminding why it's had such an impact. As of this morning, there's been 967,000 deaths across the world and nearly 42,000 in the UK. This is not a farming issue. It's an issue everyone across the world is dealing with. The impacts on the food and farming sector, however, have been significant, but the type of impact varies greatly. For example, many fresh produce lines have seen a significant growth in sales through retailers, and with over 3/4 of British fruit and veg being sold in retail, this has had some positive impacts. I'm sure we're going to hear a bit more about this later when we hear from Kantar later in the programme. The same can't be said for food service. While it's a smaller proportion of overall UK crop, there are still many businesses that rely on the food service sector and have suffered significant losses as a result of an initial shutdown of that sector, followed by lower than average sales since reopening. And now there's talk, of course, of further food service lockdown measures, which will hit the market once again. The NFU's focus over the last few months has been ensuring we understand what those impacts are and seek suitable support for those most affected. This, in part, was to ensure the financial measures already available, such as the CBILS and bounce back loans, were suitable for farming businesses, and secondly, to provide evidence to government on where they do not work. We had some success. The CBILS loans were deemed too restrictive for many businesses, particularly those that had suffered the greatest losses and were reluctant to take on large loans with short payback periods. By engaging with the banks, we secured commitments that the benefits of the CBILS scheme would be maintained, but that longer payment periods were possible. We were also successful in ensuring garden centres were opened in the first round of lockdown easing, which was critical for that sector, which had been shut down at the peak of their season. But we were unsuccessful, however, in extracting further financial support for the horticulture sector. And so we do continue to gather evidence so that should the situation worsen further, we can pick those conversations back up. What I want to focus on now, though, is quite some practical information about how growers could and should minimise the risk of an outbreak on their farm and what to do if the worst were to happen. I'm sure you'll have all seen the press coverage of a couple of outbreaks on horticulture farms in the Midlands a few weeks ago. The first farm in particular hit the headlines after the number of positive cases rose sharply in the first 2 weeks. The farm had done the right thing in reporting a suspected case to Public Health England as soon as it was discovered. They and the workers also complied with the authorities over the next few days and weeks as workers were tested and strict measures adopted to keep groups apart and stop the spread. However, horticulture businesses can be fairly unique in the way workers are housed on site and how they move around from field to field, crop to crop. It was something Public Health England and the local authorities just didn't appreciate quickly enough. And despite best efforts from the farm management team, harvesting operations were held for nearly 2 weeks and the pack house remained closed. There are lots of lessons learned from this experience, not only for growers, but for Public Health England too. And I hope this means that future outbreaks will be handled more effectively and that any closure will be short-lived. I must say, though, that it's testament to this sector that there haven't been more outbreaks like this. We've all been living through this for about 6 months, and the horticulture sector employs a lot of people. Some that, of course, travel in from other countries, and some that come in and out of nearby towns. And for the sector to have limited the number of outbreaks in this way should actually be applauded. The NFU wrote a blog on the lessons learned, which is available on our website, and I please encourage you to have a look, which covered some of the lessons. Top of the list is keeping workers in as small a cohort as possible and limiting any chance of cohorts mixing. This includes the use of rotas for communal areas such as canteens, locker rooms, laundry facilities. It may require putting one-way systems in place around the farm and accommodation blocks. It certainly means being clear with workers on what they can and can't do and the importance of following hygiene and social distancing rules. Importantly, wherever possible, management teams shouldn't be part of the same cohort as pickers and packers. If a picker, for example, tests positive and results in a cohort having to isolate, you don't want your supervisors or managers to also be taken out of action. Now, risk assessments are absolutely critical so that you can demonstrate how these measures are being adopted and managed on farm. Experience shows us that unless you can demonstrate to Public Health England and the Health and Safety Executive that you have kept cohorts apart and that the measures for doing so are adequate, they may require a larger proportion of the workforce to isolate. Next on the list is knowing what to do if your workers show symptoms. Immediate testing and isolation for anyone with symptoms is critical, as is contact tracing to identify which other people have been in contact and therefore also need isolating. The quicker workers can be tested and isolated, the lower the risk there is to the rest of the workforce and the lower the risk of a whole harvest or pack house shutdown. There is further guidance hosted on the AHDB website. It was pulled together from a cross-industry stakeholder group and it has the endorsement of Public Health England, and it looks at living, working and travel arrangements on farm. I would recommend you become familiar with it, and it is due to be reviewed in the near future. So some of those lessons learned I've just briefly touched upon will be incorporated. As well as the risks of an outbreak on farm and the impact it could have, the NFU, alongside British Summer Fruits, British Apples and Pears and the British Growers Association, funded a study of the impact COVID-19 was having on the running costs of horticultural businesses. The study interviewed a number of farms from across the sector and found that predominantly the biggest impacts were in labour costs, either through recruitment activities or through social distancing measures on farms, such as installing screens, using PPE, changing shift patterns and so on. The report showed that on average farms were seeing costs rise by between 6 and 15%, and this did not include wage increases. They were purely COVID related costs. We published the report so that our members were armed with it when speaking to their customers about next year's prices. And we all know how much downward price pressure is put on the products we grow, and we all know how unsustainable it is. So this report provides an independent piece of analysis that customers really ought not to ignore. So this moves me on to the issue of labour, a long-standing priority for the NFU and one that obviously continues to worry the industry, and rightly so. At the beginning of March this year, we had been escalating the need for clarity on a seasonal worker scheme for 2021. The pilot scheme concludes this year and freedom of movement will also end. So there's no certainty for horticultural businesses on where they can access seasonal workers. We'd engaged with DEFRA and the Home Office and were hopeful a decision wasn't far away. However, when COVID hit, the government's focus was on the here and now, about keeping the economy going through this unprecedented crisis, and all talk of a 2021 seasonal worker scheme was put on hold. We too diverted our attention to helping the sector get through this year. We lobbied for key worker status for farming businesses and for an exemption from the quarantine rules for seasonal workers, both of which were achieved. And we worked with DEFRA and other stakeholders, including AHDB, on the Pick for Britain campaign to encourage British workers to fill vacancies. Now, this too was successful in sparking a significant volume of applications, although another lesson learned from this year is that we all need to do a better job to ensure people understand what the roles entail and the commitment required, because the majority of applicants couldn't or wouldn't commit. There were some good stories of farms that had found dedicated and hard-working British staff, but many others just didn't last the course, leaving farms to have to re-recruit over and over again. The experiences of 2020 have unfortunately stiffened the resolve of the most hardened Brexiteers who want to see British jobs filled by British people. And this has made our task of getting a seasonal worker scheme that more difficult. Despite the fact that every developed country across the world uses overseas labour for seasonal harvest roles, these MPs, ministers, politicians, they believe this sector can and should use a predominantly domestic workforce. Now, the industry does have to do more to recruit domestically. We've learned lots of lessons from this year. But we don't have to do this because we haven't tried before. And we don't have to do it because we have to stop using what some people might class as cheap overseas labour, which we all know is not the case. But we have to do it because the government's not going to solve this problem for us. We reignited the discussion with DEFRA on 2021 seasonal labour as soon as we could, and a decision is now sitting with ministers. And we're pushing for an urgent clarity as recruitment for next year has already started and growers are understandably very, very worried. We're already aware of a number of businesses that have changed plans for next year because they simply don't have the confidence they'll get the labour they need. And even one labour provider has decided to come out of seasonal worker recruitment for the same reason. Now, I would urge anyone that has taken steps to change their plans or reduce production or move it overseas to write to George Eustace and Victoria Prentice so they can see firsthand the impact this is already having, and therefore to underpin the need for an urgent decision. Before I move on from labour, I must make mention, of course, of permanent workers. With a whole new immigration system due to come into effect in just a few months' time, we've been making the case for agriculture and horticulture to be appropriately recognised on the shortage occupation list. Under the points-based system, a role would need to be paid over £25,600, and it require a worker that's skilled to an A-level or equivalent, which rules out some of the farming roles and workers we rely on. I'm sure many of you have taken on workers that perhaps began in seasonal roles and now fill permanent roles in the business, and this wouldn't be possible if those criteria are not met. So the shortage occupation list is important in identifying the roles that are difficult to fill from the domestic workforce, but are at a lower level than the points-based system caters for. The Migration Advisory Committee carried out a review of the shortage occupation list in the summer, and the NFU submitted a range of evidence which included horticultural roles. We're currently waiting the findings of that, and I hear that we expect their findings to be published in the near future. So I'm going to move on to Brexit. Now, some of the issues I've just talked about are actually interlinked with Brexit anyway. So the one I'm going to focus on now is on trade. We're yet to discover whether a trade deal will be done with the EU, but the government, of course, is still insisting this is what it wants. For fresh produce, where we are a significant net importer, much of the impact of no deal will be felt for the products we bring in, whether that's the fresh produce we buy and sell into retail, or whether it's the young plants, seeds, machinery that we use to grow it ourselves. The UK government has set a global tariff policy, which it says would apply to the EU if there is no deal, and this would therefore see import tariffs of anywhere between 2 or up to even 14%, depending on the crop. If we're competing against imports, some may see that as an opportunity for UK produce to become more competitive and perhaps take a bigger share of the market. But of course, the UK sector is so interlinked with the EU that UK businesses will also have to manage significant additional costs and friction at the border. Now, some UK retailers have typically, and very disappointingly, already told suppliers that if tariffs come into effect, it will be the importer that takes the hit, not them. Now, there is a view that if the UK didn't get a trade deal with the EU, that actually it would revise those import tariff schedule because it can't afford for food prices to go up as a direct result of Brexit. And in March last year, under their no-deal planning, it was proposed that all fresh produce tariffs would actually be removed. Now, we couldn't put it past the government to go back to this position. And while that would help with trade, it would open us up to potential new competitors around the globe. One of the key issues we're currently discussing with DEFRA is the border policy. Our main concern with the border operation model is that from the 1st of January, all high-risk plants and plant products must be pre-notified, accompanied by a phytosanitary certificate, and will be subject to identity, documentary, and physical checks. From the 1st of April, this will be extended to cover all regulated plants and plant material, which includes fruit and veg and cut flowers and more. But growers are currently in the dark about what is actually categorized as a high-risk plant. And this is essential information, and without it, business preparation is impossible. Not only are growers in the dark about what's considered high risk, they also don't know where their goods will have to be checked in the long term. We expect that inspections will take place at the point of destination in the first few months of 2021. And this would help minimize delays and could significantly reduce the burden on both borders and businesses. But it's currently the intention for this to revert back to border inspections in the second half of the year. And we're discussing the implications of this with DEFRA. Thankfully, during all these changes, any customs payments on imports from the EU can be delayed for up to 6 months until the 1st of July. So discussions are developing fast, and we will keep our members up to date as things progress. So that's a quick overview of some pretty meaty topics. There is more information on the NFU website, which gets updated on a regular basis. And of course, I'm happy to take questions. I will do my best to answer them, but thankfully for me, there's a team of excellent policy advisors at the NFU, some of which lead on these areas that I've talked about. So if there's anything I can't answer, I can certainly take it away because I know someone else who can. But for now, that's it for me.
Brilliant, Lee. Thank you ever so much for that. I don't know how you managed to cover those subjects in that time scale. That's the first point to say. For members of the TGA, can I say, if you're not an NFU member, please, and you've got any comments or questions in the future about all these policies, feed them through the TGA, and I, because I'm a Hort board member, I can take them to Lee and the team and policy advisors through me. So let's make sure we get all the questions answered. One question I've got before I take some of the questions that have been sent through are, quite a few growers are concerned about what they do with their young plants in the sort of the immediate post-Brexit period in the new year, if they are taking plants in from a propagator in maybe Holland or Europe, if they get stuck at the border for a couple of days, we've got no crop for next year. Any news on that, Lee?
Yeah, so because there's recognition that perishable products like plants, like fresh produce and so on, they can't afford to be delayed. That's why there's going to be a bit of a phased approach on border controls, and that's why we're expecting confirmation from government. We've had it verbally. I think we're waiting for formal confirmation that inspections will be able to take place at the place where they arrive, so at the business. So that will stop that delay in the first instance. And And the concern we've got is that they want to revert back to border inspections after a few months. And we feel that actually it's better in the long term to continue that that inspection process at the business, because that should prevent all those delays.
Brilliant, thank you, Lee. A couple of questions that have come in from delegates. Will the future be shortened supply chains? Direct marketing, online, etc. Will that mean that supermarkets sort of take a downward spiral, do you think?
I doubt it. I mean, retailers. We don't have exact numbers, but it's broadly accepted that 75–80% of all the fresh produce we sell in this country goes through those main grocery retailers. So it's difficult to foresee a future where that will change in any significant volume. Retailers still hold very much the key. So one thing I haven't touched upon, and I won't now because we don't have time, but we're doing an awful lot of work as well on supply chain fairness, because while retailers have that dominant marketplace, and while growers effectively, when they're negotiating, are in a much weaker position, we need to make sure that it is as fair as possible. And there are opportunities through the Ag Bill on fairness in the supply chain to implement things over and above the GSCOP code to try and make things more secure and fair for growers. So I can't foresee a future that changes massively, if I'm honest.
No, I think you're right. Here's a good question that's come in. Given that high quality fresh produce, which obviously includes tomatoes, we all know the health benefits of tomatoes, can help with human health generally, particularly in a time of coronavirus. Do we see policymakers looking at investing in this area, in this sector, with a view to helping the health service and the population generally? And the question really is, does the UK government support UK horticulture? A bit of a poison chalice, Lee, I apologise, but that's the question that's come through.
I mean, I obviously can't speak on their behalf, but so one of the things that the horticulture sector currently benefits from is the producer organisation scheme, and that's going to end when we leave the EU. We have had confirmation from DEFRA that they're looking to develop something horticulture specific post-Brexit, which is a very positive thing. And I know George Eustace and Victoria Prentice both have farming backgrounds, both coincidentally in horticulture. Now, what they say and what they do is not always the same thing, but I am convinced that DEFRA have got our back. So I think that's a positive thing. In terms of the health piece, there is the National Food Strategy that's being developed, and the first part of that report was launched a month or so ago. And I know some of the stakeholders feeding into that are also very heavily influenced and want to see a positive future for UK horticulture and consumption of fruit and veg. So I think all of the right framework is there, but obviously we've got COVID in the background, we've got Brexit in the background. There are so many other policy issues which sadly overtake it, but we'll try our best to make sure it stays on top of the agenda.
Yeah, I just want to sort of end this session really by saying thanks so much for covering all those subjects, but also for a little bit of an advert for the NFU Hort and Potato Commodity Board. I think there's a lot of really talented people in that board that work really hard on behalf of the industry, and I don't necessarily think it's that visible. So yeah, a bit of an advert for you and the team there, Lee. Thank you ever so much for being with us today and covering what is actually 3 major subjects in 15 minutes. I've managed that, so thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue now by apologising because when I said we played the video earlier, we managed to make the first technical error in our learning of how to run a conference online, and we played the wrong video. Do apologise. However, we're going to play the right video in the next session. But as I introduce Hayley Campbell Gibbons to you all. The sponsors, Hayley, I'm sure you all know, is the chair of the AHDB Horticulture Board, and she's going to give us an insight into the 2020 to 2025 strategy. So that's quite a subject. But as Hayley joins us here, we're going to see a sponsored video from Gautier Seminaires, who are kindly sponsoring this session. So it's a 30-second video. We'll go that first, and then we'll welcome Hayley to the stand. Thank you.
lost on me that this time last year I was the only person not able to attend the conference in person, and this year I'm the only person here. So, but I'm very happy to be here with a full vocal cord intact. I'm here today on paper to talk about AHDB's 5-year strategy. When this conference programme was being set, the publication of the strategy was the summer. We still don't have a strategy. It's being worked on, and I think the reasons why will be obvious to everybody. You know, back in the spring, nobody could have predicted the changes and the situation that we would be in now. But that strategy is being worked on and developed, and I think is taking account of the changes in the industry, the changes in how we're all working and operating. So later on in the autumn, that will be available for everybody to read and consult on and give feedback on. So I can give a nod to that a little bit later on in the talk, but what I'd like to focus on today is the request for views feedback that we had and how we're incorporating that in the horticulture sector into our strategy and into our business plan that will set the tone for the next 5 years. And so I've got a couple of slides that just summarise some of the key points. But before I go to those, I just, certainly for the benefit of the international audience, just talk a little bit about AHDB and the structure that we have. So we are a statutory body, we're a non-departmental government body, and DEFRA is our sponsoring department. We have 100,000, give or take, farmers and growers that pay a levy into the organisation, and then we use that pot. It's about £60 million, again, give or take on any given year, of levy that's generated from farmers and growers to reinvest back in services, activities and programmes of work that ultimately support and grow British agriculture and horticulture. I've got a slide that just summarises what we have in the horticulture sector. So if we just move on to that. So again, in horticulture, it's one of the smallest sectors within AHDB alongside potatoes, but it's one of the most diverse. So we have a complete GB coverage, about 1,400 levy payers, I think slightly less actually than that, but we cover 300 different crops. The way we manage that is to separate them into 6 subcategories of crop. So I won't go through them all, but we have, you know, a soft fruit and a top fruit, ornamentals, protected edibles is the sector that tomatoes sits within. I think because of its diversity and its size, it presents unique challenges in how we deliver as an organisation, how we can meet the needs of all those diverse businesses, but also how we communicate and what we do. And I'll come on to that when I talk about some of the feedback that we had in the request for views, which I think picked up on all those challenges. Another challenge that we have is that the levies that we collect as an organisation spread from under £500 right the way up to over £200,000. So if you think of it a bit like a pyramid, the majority of growers, over 1,000 of them, pay less than £5,000 to AHDB. There are about 300 in the middle paying us between 5 and 40,000, and then you get right to the top of the pyramid. About 50 growers are paying anything between 50k and 200k. It's a highly consolidated sector, we know that, but I think that AHDB has been adopting a one-size-fits-all approach to its services and to its communications, but the needs in reality of someone paying us a few £100s are going to differ massively from someone paying us 20,000 or 200,000, and that's something that I think, well, that I know that we are going to take account of in future. So if I just move on then to the request for views feedback and set out for you at a corporate level. Some of there's 5 commitments that we've made at a corporate level, which is the next slide on. Thank you. So you may well have seen these. They've been in all the major press and there's been a podcast about them. I'm not going to focus on these particularly today, but I think it's important just to highlight that as an organisation, AHDB is committed to holding a 5-year ballot on the existence of AHDB across all of the sectors. The detail of how that ballot would work is something that DEFRA is currently actively trying to work out. We are also committed, just to pull out another one, to reviewing the governance structure of AHDB. I'm not assuming, but some of you may well have read the ministerial forward to the request for views report, and within that the Minister, Victoria Prentice, was absolutely clear that we need a radical overhaul of the governance structures within AHDB. There is a governance review group. We had another meeting of that just this morning. I sit on that governance review group because, again, I think it picks up that horticulture is particularly complex, and I'll talk a little bit more about governance later. very fast timescales. We're looking to complete the governance review at the end of the year, and that will tie in with the publication of the strategy and the business plan. So you will be hopefully picking up from this that there is massive, radical and very bold change ahead at AHDB. If I just focus in on the horticulture responses, and I think it's important to do that because of the 900 responses that DEFRA received in total, almost 200 of those were from the horticulture sector, a lot of individual businesses, but also grower associations like the TGA and cooperative groups and such like. I personally want to thank all of those people that took the time to give us valuable feedback. And as I go into some of the specifics about how I think that will steer our work, I want to give you the message that overall, we are absolutely committed to doing better in all of the areas that you have highlighted. And while I can't give you explicit details today on how exactly some of those things will be executed, I hope I can give you a flavour of the sort of ideas and initiatives that I have alongside the Horticulture Board that I chair. So if we move on to one of the first of 4 key areas of feedback that growers gave us. So the first one is levy. I'll talk about governance, communications, and then the focus of our work. Those are the 4 key areas of feedback that we had. On the levy, again, this came as no surprise to me. If we take the positive first, 68% of growers believe that there should be a levy and that it should be statutory. Now, I know that's a very controversial and live debate that's happening in the industry at present, but I took that as a strong indication that the majority of growers, although they might have frustrations with the organisation, fundamentally don't want to be without it, and we'll hold on to that for now. The big surprise, the bigger indication to me of the need for change is the 38% figure. So the majority of growers are not satisfied with how the levy is calculated currently. This is something I was aware of before I joined AHDB from my days at the NFU. And I wanted just to give you a little bit of an update on the work that we're doing with the levy. So we've had a levy working group that's got 20 growers on thereabouts, representing every band of levy payment. So I talked about those paying a few hundred, right through to those paying some of the biggest figures. And we have a number of protected edible growers. Phil Pearson sits on the group as well as a tomato grower, along with one of our board members, Rod James from Thanet. And what we did, we looked at the entire statutory instrument and really unpicked it from who's paying the levy, which crops sit outside the levy. And if you look at it, it really doesn't, I think, fit the modern horticultural world. There are some crops that we didn't grow 10 years ago when AHDB was formed that are quite commonplace in the market now. There are also growing systems. We've talked about vertical farming, urban farms that aren't captured by the statutory instrument. So there's lots of reasons that this needs updating. The fundamental problem, though, is that for those businesses more likely to be at the top end of the levy paying scale that have integrated businesses, so packing operations included, some of them are paying on the turnover of the entire business. Now, AHDB doesn't do anything for packing and hauling and processing. We operate sort of up to the farm gate. And so I agree that it's not fair that businesses should be paying a levy on the entire turnover of the operation. That's the thing that we need to crack with this levy review, alongside modernising the statutory instrument in other areas. So I'm really pleased that that work has picked up renewed momentum. We've got some great resource internally, some very big accountancy brains on this, and they've actually come up with some quite bold and interesting proposals, which DEFRA are also completely behind this work. So I'm really encouraged, and things are moving quite quickly. So again, I would say that the levy review is one of the changes that you will see encapsulated as part of that overall strategy and business plan announcement later on in the year. If I move on to governance, now this was also quite a telling figure. It was quite a poor response in terms of support across the board. Every sector that AHDB collects a levy from wasn't very impressed with the governance that we have. So if I just pick on the horticulture feedback, only 29% of growers and respondents thought that the current structure that we have, so from the main board through to our committees, served them well, and half of them wanted more representation for the sector. The difficulty we have with the requests for views is that it only gives us a headline. We can't really tease within that, other than some of the specific responses that have been shared with us directly, what exactly it is that growers want to see. That's why we have prompted this governance review group to look at the entire suite of boards and committees that we have at AHDB. I said at the start, the Minister is looking for radical overhaul and change here. what's important to me is that horticulture and the unique structure that we have within our sector is encapsulated within that review. I always talk about horticulture as being an AHDB within AHDB, because obviously I sit on the main board, I chair the horticulture sector board, but then beneath that we have our 6 panels, and although that those aren't public appointments in the same way that the others are, they're very well established and they have a long legacy and history and all sorts of documentation that sits behind them. So that's all being incorporated in, and I hope that getting some real professional external expertise to look at this and to really interrogate what growers want, what they need, but also what the organisation needs as well, and trying to find the right balance. So I'm on that group, and I look forward to seeing where that takes us. But I've no doubt they will be able to make it more streamlined, more transparent, and more effective for all parties. I don't need to say too much more about that. But I'll probably come back to it actually as I talk about communications. And when I talk about communications, I like to think of it as communications and engagement. So the face-to-face piece as well. It's not just about what we publish. It's a real mixed landscape here. And I wasn't surprised to see comments come back from growers. When you ask growers, would you want more or less or about the same? It's a pretty broad split. So it shows that in some areas and for some growers, we're nailing it. We're bang on. People enjoy what they're receiving and what they're reading. But for another tranche of people, it's not hitting the mark. I believe this is because we are very good at producing lots of technical, very detailed information. And for a technical audience, so the technical directors that sit on the panels and the people within businesses and some growers as well, really like to get into the detail. But we sort of stop there. What we're not very good at is the sort of communication that I would want to read and receive as a grower, which is, okay, we took this much money, we did this, but this is what it means to you. This is the direct benefit to your business. If you're interested in the size of the sample and what we did for the last 3 years to get there, you can read about it here, but this is bang, this is the bang for buck that you received. That's the bit we need to get better at. So you can expect to see a lot more information about what the return on your investment is, and I'm committed to doing that as well. Elsewhere in the communications and engagement piece, I talked about engagement being absolutely pivotal here. I said at the start that we communicate with everybody in the same way, a sort of one size fits all, and I think we need to adopt a much more tailored approach to our communications. So for me, that's about account management. Now, in horticulture, you'll all be very familiar with account management. Certainly those of you that have got multiple customers, you treat them all slightly differently, and you give them all that due care and attention that they would expect from you as business men and women. AHDB needs to do the same. So we need to look at segmenting all those 1,400 businesses and thinking about what kind of communications and in what manner do those businesses need to talk to us. I've been to several businesses where they might have somebody that sits on our technical panel, sometimes more than one person, yet when I talk to the MD or the finance director, they have no idea what we do. Frank goes off to the meeting every couple of months, but I don't know what I get for my levy. So that's what we need to do. When I talk about nailing what the business benefit is, it's not just about the technical expertise, which is absolutely vital. It's about actually translating that and making sure that every point in the business knows what they get from HDB, and that we can also listen. A big part of account management and engagement is not just us having a transactional relationship where we spew out lots of information. It's about listening to, well, how did that, what was your evaluation of it? We talk about evaluating the work we do. For me, the best form of evaluation is a grower telling me, telling the board, telling the organisation, this is what that piece of work did for my business. Was it valuable? Yes or no? So again, lots of exciting work going on around engagement. I think also, if anything, the last 6 months have shown us, and today is a prime example, we can make much better use of digital technologies. And I think the days of having to drive to Stoneleigh for several hours and have an overnight stay and sit on a committee, possibly not over entirely, but excuse me, everyone's looking at me really scared now. It's going. I'm not used to talking for so long. I'll pause for a second. Hang on.
Don't worry, don't worry, Hayley. Take your time.
Thank you. How does it go down? Oh. Sorry. It's just a dry throat. Yeah, everyone's putting their masks on. No. So just moving on from communications onto focus, and then I'll stop and take some questions. In horticulture, our focus is, excuse me, completely clear. It's about crop protection. If I just move on to the next slide, I'll probably let you just have a quick read of that. Yeah, and what growers want from us is more research. Sorry, guys. You know, a little bit of an emerging interest around the environment, but overall, it is about continuing our focus on research. So that's what I take as our 5-year mandate when we look at the new strategy. But you know, there is phenomenal change ahead at AHDB about how we do things, and yeah, the focus of what we do, I think, will remain the same. It's about tackling those fundamental pest, weed and disease challenges that you have on farm, and making sure that we are your levy body, and that everything that we do has a meaningful impact on your businesses. So I'll stop there and allow questions to come in, and then hopefully my voice will survive. Thank you, Phil.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Hayley. I will talk for a minute, give you a chance to catch you and get your voice back. I'm just going to start before we ask questions and just say a little bit of an advert for the AHDB, if you like. As most of you know, I chair the technical committee of the Horticulture Association, and in that committee, I make sure that we speak to scientists and speak to researchers and speak to the AHDB to get projects funded. And that applied research is absolutely vital for our industry. Obviously, you mentioned a little bit about plant protection products, including chemicals and IPM. It's a really key bit of information, a key sector that the growers are really, really vitally interested in. But there are other sections as well, and I think what growers understand is that in the past, what we tended to get was lots and lots and lots of projects on levy. And you make a good point about when you mentioned about the financial director of various companies not understanding what we get. I think we might in the recent years just have slipped a little bit away from that. So it's quite helpful to me to hear you say that you recognise that, because if you recognise it, that's half the battle to finding a solution to it, isn't it? I mean, I've got a question here that's come through on the iPad from the customer, from the delegates. There's a few come through. I'll pick the first one, which was, I think you've answered it really. It was, what are your ambitions for the levy work in horticulture that you're involved in? So, are you able to speak?
I will, yes. Sorry, if I start coughing again, I'll stop for a second. So the ambitions are to really look at the calculation, and I think I can use that one. I started off by thinking that, you know, we would be able to find a simple way of looking at the calculation we currently use and trying to get a farm gate value. We actually found that if you ask 10, 20 growers a question, you get 10 to 20 different versions of how to work out the levy. But what we've actually done now is look at some alternatives. So could we calculate the levy completely differently? And we're looking at international examples as well, so area-based payments based on value as opposed to turnover. So everything's on the table, and we're trialing some work now with some growers and getting some really interesting feedback. So yeah, exciting stuff.
That's obviously very, very exciting. I mean, leading on from that, I mean, obviously one of the challenges we got in this market, the uncertainties that Lee's already mentioned earlier in the conference, is about funding. And one of the things that I actually was pleased to be involved in working with the AHDB last year was to leverage some funds from other funding bodies, UKRI in particular, who have many millions of pounds to invest, don't really understand our sector in horticulture. We got £250,000 last year to this £50,000 fund. That was fantastic. Hopefully that's something that you're advocating we're going to try and do going forward.
We have to do a lot more on partnership working, and I think there's millions of pounds in government offer research that we could tap into, and that's a really good example of it. But also commercially as well. So I went out to Australia to visit the Hort levy body there, and they attract more work research funds externally through the supply chain than they do from the levy. So again, I think that there's a massive opportunity there to tap into. A lot of the problems that growers are trying to address through research aren't growers that are unique, aren't challenges unique to the farm gate. They're supply chain challenges, or certainly areas, particularly around the environment and sustainability, that there are other vested players in the supply chain that would have an interest and actually would want to be seen to be investing in that sort of topic of research, resource management, energy efficiency. So again, I think AHDB can play that facilitation role in match funding growers' levy with external investment to look at a problem that's really going to achieve a step change, as opposed to some of the the little itty bitty things we do now, which are vitally important, but there's some big questions out there that we also need to address, and I think we need to bring investment in to tackle those challenges.
I think that's absolutely right. I 100% agree with you and fully support you. That, I mean, giving an example, net zero. I don't think there's many sectors that can really make an impact on net zero more than we can. The fact that we're using carbon to make food, how great a story is that? We ought to be pushing that forward, grabbing some funds to do further project work and roll that out across other sectors.
Absolutely. Not
be the poor relations of agriculture in many cases, but the other way around. We've got some great ideas, we should be pushing that down, is my view.
I do.
And that leads on to a question here. One guy's sent me a question which says, is it time that we were devolved from the AHDB as horticulture?
Well, I mean, that is
stronger inside or out.
I would say stronger inside than out. The request for use feedback suggested the majority of growers feel stronger inside than out. However, I do respect the strength of feeling that exists within certain sections of the industry. I think some of that is related to the levy. I think if we crack the levy and make sure it's fair and proportionate, and that the bill comes down for a lot of businesses, that will solve some of the frustrations that we have. So I do think we can fix the problems that we have. But I do respect that there are those that believe that the market failure doesn't exist for their sector anymore. So one of the things we're also looking at within the levy work is, within those 6 subsectors of horticulture, does everybody need to pay the same? Could there be a way of setting your levy as a subsector of horticulture for 3 years, depending on what you see as the needs of that sector at that given time? So some sectors might want to pay more, depending on where the market is and the issues that they've got, and some sectors may want to pay less for a more entry-level service. So I think we need to be bold and think about all the options that we could present.
That's very encouraging. I think we definitely need to be bold. I mean, I'll give an example. The tomato industry at the moment is suffering with this virus pandemic in tomato brown goose virus, as you know. So we're throwing resource at that and maybe pulling pots from other areas to help with that. In the past, the soft fruit growers had spotted wing Drosophila problems, and the same happened in reverse. That, I think, is a vital opportunity, and so therefore by being together, you keep that possibility, don't you? Because you know what's going on.
You absolutely do, and I learned that from the Australian model. They actually have, within horticulture, they have different levies for different sectors, but they're able to flex up and down as needed in consultation with growers and stakeholders and crop associations. They have an element for crisis management that they can turn on and off as needed within a sector, which then doesn't offset those kind of long-term commitment projects that you've got rolling on. So again, I think these are all quite innovative, modern ways of operating a levy. So yes, I think it's absolutely vital. Yes, I do think growers need it. Yes, we have to be more relevant than ever, and we need to engage with growers and really get growers involved in helping to set where their investments go and looking at how we actually collect the levy at the same time.
I think you hit another nail on the head there. Growers get involved. There's quite a lot of people that want to just sit back and take it. I think the TGA are an exception to that. I think generally TGA growers are very vocal, very driven about what they want, and we try and communicate that through the TGA Tech GSL, and I think long may that relationship continue, Hayley.
No, absolutely. We want that support and that involvement, because as I say, it's your levy, and growers have to be at the root of everything that we do. And I think that looking at that current committee structure and making it easier for growers, even on an annual basis, to say, these are my priorities, this is where I want my levy to be invested, and us responding to that is really, really important. So we can have user groups and project management groups and people that oversee the finances. That's all required, but we need to enhance it, and let's go out to the next level and the level beyond that, and to bring people in. 1,400 growers, it's not a significant number. We can and should engage with everybody that wants to engage with us, not just a small inner circle.
I mean, one last point, and I'll let you stop talking because your voice is
I know it's gone now. It's just a dry.
Is that we've developed the TGA Tech a risk register, which every single project, every challenge, every opportunity, and innovation opportunity we put to the risk register, which gives you very clear ideas as AHDB as to what the industry wants. I'm not sure every grower is aware of that, but that's a really key tool. Members of the TGA Technical Committee now talking numbers. Oh, that's definitely a 20. They don't say what's important, they say it's definitely a 20. That's really important.
The risk register, I think, was a real help in making us prioritise, because there's always lots of great ideas as to what we could invest in, but actually assigning a risk level to it helps you to decide, well, what's a need to do and what's a nice to do. Every sector adopts that model now, and I think it's been really key in helping us to really target what is a limited fund of money. We collect between £7 and £8 million. It's not a huge amount, but we need to make it go as far as possible, and that really helps.
Yeah, as long as sort of 6.5 million comes to the TGA, we're happy at that level.
On that,
No.
on that note, Hayley, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Yes, thank you very much, and apologies for the voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, okay, we're now going to head towards a short comfort break. Emphasis on the word short. 10 minutes. So first of all, thank you again to Hayley for that. What we're going to do, I'm just trying to pick my notes here. I do apologise for the umming and ahhing. Right. When you come back after the break, and you need to select session 2, which is tomato retail and energy insights. So you come back to the right section. You'll be able to submit the questions just the same. If you stay in here, you won't be able to submit the questions after the break. So please come out of this session and go into the second session, please. That's the first point. Make sure you visit the sponsors pages whilst you're having a cup of tea in this break. You can find both these on the left side of your page as you're looking at it. So therefore, please head to session 2 at 11:30 to hear from Rakesh Pachamania. I hope he's pronounced his surname correctly there, from Kantar, on what's next in UK retail. Thank you so much for your attention in this first session. See you in 10 minutes for session 2. Thank you. Okay.
My name's David Chandler. I'm Associate Professor of Entomology at the School of Life Sciences and Warwick Crop Centre at Warwick University. I'm a specialist in biopesticides and integrated pest management, and I run the AHDB AMBER project. So AMBER stands for Application and Management of Biopesticides for Efficacy and Reliability. We're trying to help growers get the best out of biopesticides. So biopesticides are new types of crop protection agents. They're pest control agents based on living microorganisms or natural products such as plant extracts. And there are more and more of them coming onto the market all the time. And basically it's because it's been driven by legislation. So we've got a marked decline of the availability of conventional pesticides. And it's got advantages, you know, they're safe to use, they're compatible with natural enemies, they're good for IPM. Today we've had a workshop on pesticide and biopesticide application, and it's trying to address some of the key issues for biopesticides. The key thing with them is that they're contact acting, so you have to really deliver them at the right place at the right time in the right amount to make sure you don't have runoff on the crop, and if you can achieve that, then you'll be part way to getting the best out of these products. We've got to develop precision spray application systems. We need to very drastically reduce the volumes that we're applying. At the moment, it's not uncommon to apply 2,000 litres per hectare. We've got to get that down to 600 litres and even lower. And if I'm honest, growers don't have a choice anymore. You know, they've got to adopt biopesticides, they've got to move forward. We know the direction of travel. There's going to be fewer conventional chemical pesticides, more biopesticides available, and so it's important that growers adopt these new technologies for sustainable crop protection.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've had a chance to make a nice cup of tea and you're ready for the second session in our conference programme. If you haven't opened the video, session 2, Tomato Retail and Energy Insights, please head back to all sessions, choose a second session, and which is Tomato Retail and Energy Insights, and you'll be able to ask questions then. And if you don't do that, then your questions won't be seen. So you can do that for me. Hopefully that's that little video that's just played has made that clear for you. Okay, moving on. I would now like to introduce Rakesh Pachmantia for Kantar on what's next in UK retail. I hope I got your surname right there, Rakesh. I do apologise for the poor pronunciation.
No problem at all.
Before I let you start, I'd just like to thank our sponsor, which is the Alexia Partnership, for kindly sponsoring this session. And we'll just play a short promotional video for them first before you speak. Thank you. Okay. For that, Rakesh, over to you to talk about an extraordinary year in UK retail. That's an understatement. What's next?
Thank you very much, Phil. I'm just going to share my slides. Good attempt at my full name as well. Rakesh Pachmati, you nearly got it right. I'm going to share my screen to see. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, so my name is Rakesh. Some of you may know me. I looked at the attendees list and I've spoken to a few of you before. So I work in the produce team at Kantar and have done so for the past 3.5 years. And today I'm going to present a short deck titled An Extraordinary Year in UK Retail, What's Next? And of course, we're going to put a produce lens on this and also understand from a tomato perspective, what are the opportunities for growth? So there are 3 key areas in today's presentation. So first of all, I'm going to kick off with understanding what's actually happened over the lockdown period, but more importantly, how to plan and prepare for the next couple of years. And as part of that, we will be looking back at some of the recessionary behavior that we saw in the last recession and really understanding how those behaviors can be applied to the world of produce. Second of all, understanding produce lockdown trends, so how produce performed over the last 24 weeks or so, both in terms of a purchase lens, but also from a consumption angle, what's actually changed over the lockdown period and what can we actually do to benefit and capitalize on some of these macro trends. And finally, we're going to go focus on tomato specific trends. So really, what are the key opportunities for tomatoes in the market and how can we grow the market even further? So diving in straight into point number 1. So 4 things to consider now to prepare for the next 2 years. So I've got a few slides on each of these points here. And we are going to see the recessionary impact of these 4 key areas and really understand a bit further on what's actually going on. So the first point, plan for sustained inflated demand for take-home food and drink. So when we look back at the last recession, so really the last sustained period of low consumer confidence, so looking back at 2007 to 2015, we actually saw a few different changes in the way that we actually shopped in retail. So first of all, we can see that we saw a huge change in the increase in spend per household, 22%. And also we saw a huge inflation rise of 36% on average higher prices. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, we probably bought less then to actually combat this. But actually that wasn't the case. We actually bought more in volume. So you can see that plus 2%. What we actually did to combat this higher inflation was to shop in cheaper stores, look for promotions, and choosing cheaper products as well. So we do expect shoppers to buy volumes at very similar rates in the next couple of years. You're probably thinking, okay, well, this is all good. It's applicable to total grocery, but actually, does this actually apply to produce? Well, what we have here are the produce sectors, both chilled, frozen, and fresh. And what we can actually see are the compound annual growth rates. So apart from maybe the exception of frozen veg performing extremely well in the first year of that recessionary period that we saw previously, the rest of the market is pretty much in line with what we saw at total FMCG level. So we do see that produce is currently following the pattern. The second one there is giving priority to e-commerce and online. And what we have here essentially is the evolution of the channels based on share change. And we're looking at the evolution over the lockdown period. So just before lockdown, we can see that the convenience in the darker color are actually taking share off the other channels. And probably not too surprising, we were stuck at home. The government told us to stay at home. So actually, when we did make a shopping trip, we weren't going too far out. Shopping at our local convenience store, it really made sense. This is unsurprising that convenience actually started quite well. But as soon as the online demand started to creep up, as soon as the online slots started to increase and retailers really took notice of online, the online market or channel actually grew their share consistently week after week after week, and actually hasn't stopped since. So even in the latest period, it's really all about online taking share of these other channels, and that's why online is here to stay, and it should be taken note of. So we know online is doing really well. We've all seen this in all the numbers. We know that the likes of Ocado, for example, are performing extremely well in double-digit growth. But actually, how does this apply to produce and tomatoes? Well, what we can look at is understand how total veg performs within online, so understanding their online share. So this is saying that almost 11% of total veg spend in the last year went through online. And you may say, okay, that seems quite a good number, isn't it? But actually, when you look at total produce in fresh and chilled, it actually undertrades. And even more so on this slide, when we look at tomatoes actually undertrade in their online share. So there is a 1% difference, and that 1% difference actually equates to £8.1 million. And of course, the aim is to grow this market, right? You want to grow the tomato market. So actually meeting our fair share first is really important. Then afterwards, we need to capitalize on this momentum, continue to drive online growth within the world of produce, and indeed tomatoes in this case too. So the third option was really preparing for an escalation in the focus of value activity. Now, we do see a strong narrative that shoppers will flock to the discounters in times of low consumer confidence. We want to search for that value product. Historically, we want to really test that narrative and really understand if that is actually true. So what we have done is to understand the last 25 years and actually chop them up into 4 different segments, into different year groups. And there's a few observations to actually note here. So the first observation, looking at Aldi and Lidl, you can see they enjoyed some really strong growth share. This is share percent change over the recessionary period. But actually, even just before that, they started to gain momentum already in the market. And the second key observation here, which is really important, are that Sainsbury's and Waitrose, during that heightened peak or recession, actually gained their largest ever share gains and enjoyed their largest their share growth for the last 25 years. So, these are premium or classic premium retailers as well. So really, we can't shy away too much from the value side of things. And you'll see a bit later on in the presentation that premiumization is actually really important to drive not only the produce category, but also tomatoes as well. So there's actually more nuance to the story than expected, just going to the discounters. And following on from that, it's really important to understand the wider trends in the market. So this is still from a total grocery point of view, that promotions are starting to creep up again. And this is very much exhibiting recessionary behavior that we saw in the last recession. And I mentioned a few slides ago that shoppers do look for that promotion, they do shop in cheaper stores, they do look for that cheaper product. And we can see in this case that promotions have started to increase and retailers have started to see notice of this. And the 2 key drivers of promotional increase are TPR or temporary price reduction and Y4X deals, they're up period on period as well. They're starting to creep up to those levels that we saw a couple of years ago. So we are seeing a lot of activity in the market, as we know, in this crazy COVID period. But actually, how do we grow our categories? What are the key primary drivers of growth? Well, what we can do from a total grocery point of view is to really segment the market into 4 key categories. So your occasional items, niche, staple. But the one that we want to concentrate on is obviously the core categories. So produce falls into core categories. And when I mention core categories, I'm talking about categories with high penetration, right? So something like tomatoes, well over 90% of us buy tomatoes in the year, okay? So it's quite hard to actually gain new shoppers into the tomato market, albeit you will see in the last 6 months, we have seen some new shoppers. But really, you can see the primary growth driver for the core categories are price. So really premiumization. So actually taking away that element of value within the likes of, for example, tomatoes, may not be the best tactic to go forward. There still needs to be an element of premiumization to drive some of these higher penetration markets. So that's the first section. So really just 4 things to consider now to prepare for the next 2 years. Of course, as government guidelines change, a lot of these different behaviors that we start to exhibit do end up changing in the market. And it's something that at Kantar, we are keeping track of every single week. But for now, these 4 key highlights are really important to actually grow the market and just to be aware of when we talk to our retailers, when we talk to our customers in our discussions. So the second part of the presentation, really understanding produce lockdown trends. So how did fresh produce perform in the last 24 weeks? Well, fresh produce actually did quite well in double-digit growth. You can see £6.1 billion going through the tills in the last 6 months, and that represents a growth of 12.8%. Yes, it is still behind total grocery, but if you remember, total grocery includes the likes of alcohol, which in the latest month are up 24%. I know all of us are a bit fed up with COVID, and all of us have started buying into alcohol. And when pubs and bars continue to shut and have curfews, etc., that gross number will obviously change as well. But for at least for produce, still doing quite well, both in terms of value and some really strong volume growth as well. It's following a very similar pattern in terms of total grocery KPIs. And really the key message has been bigger baskets and fewer trips. And that's something that produce has also followed as well. You can see a penetration pretty much almost 100%, which you would expect for produce. And I just showed you fresh produce performance, but when we combine both fresh and prepared in one, you can actually see the percentage change a little bit slower, so 11.3%. But there is a big difference between prepared and whole head fruit and veg. Whole head veg really taking the spotlight over the last 6 months, 15% spend growth, you can see there. Whole head fruit not too far behind too, and bigger baskets have been the key driver for growth. Prepared fruit has really struggled, and again, maybe not too surprising because prepared fruit is probably considered to be more of an on-the-go option. Considering we are working from home now, the government message has changed obviously to stay at home and work from home. So a lot of these behaviors will change some of these numbers. Prepared veg has really struggled as well. We did see a lot of shoppers switching their spend from prepared veg into whole head, which is why you see prepared struggle so much, although they have seen some slight growth in the last 6 months. You can see 1.4%, but very much far behind the 11.3% figure. So that was really from a purchase point of view, but what about from a consumption point of view? I know we've already mentioned earlier in today's conference about the consumption of fruit and veg, and really should be high on the agenda if really possible. So what we can do at Kantar is to not only track purchase behavior, but we can also track consumption behavior. So from that, we can see that there's almost been an additional 1 billion additional produce occasions in lockdown, which is pretty mind-boggling. And that represents a 27% increase versus the average month. And that represents 8 additional occasions per person per month. So we are eating and consuming more fruit and veg, which is obviously really positive. But actually, when we look at the wider picture, we can see that on average, we are consuming 3.1 portions and last year, sorry, and 3.4 in the latest May 2020 consumption data. Now, considering we have a target of 5 a day, we are actually really far off this figure, and it has taken a year just to go from 3.1 to 3.4. So as a nation, as suppliers, as retailers, we do need to understand this a bit further to actually fulfill and try and obtain this 5-a-day figure. And there's huge sizes of prizes to be gained from this. It's all about how do we actually approach this and execute it in the best way possible. So what are the other trends to consider from a consumption point of view? Well, another trend are more cooking. So a lot of us, as I mentioned, are working from home. A lot of families are back together, etc. We know the out-of-home sector has massively slumped and been affected by some of the government guidance as well. So we have seen more cooking. And I've mentioned there opportunities to feature in assembled plates. By assembled plates, I mean preparing things separately and putting them on the same plate. So fish and chips, bangers and mash, etc. So assembled plates have grown by 33% versus the average, but where produce slightly falls short of this are that assembled plates only feature 42% of occasions feature produce versus 86% in scratch cooking. Scratch cooking is obviously, as it says on the tin, cooking things from scratch, for example, using fresh ingredients. But for assembled plates, there's a huge gap to fill to understand the role of produce and indeed tomatoes and how to actually capitalize on this undertrade. Bigger packs will also be more important as well. Again, as we start to stay home, there's more of us in home, naturally bigger packs will be important to feed the more mouths in the house. The second one there is indulgent snacking. Now, I'm definitely guilty of this. The healthy agenda has actually gone down the pan a bit. And we've seen this from our consumption data as well, where we're opting for more treaty fruit varieties, so more indulgent needs rather than healthy needs. So we're opting for that biscuit, that chocolate bar, instead of that fruit, which is probably not a good thing, but in the time of lockdown, low consumer confidence, we do tend to go towards indulgent snacking. So having said that, okay, the trend exists, we know it's there, so how can we actually take advantage of this? We've seen desserts grow by over 50% over the last year, over the lockdown period. So it's important to note, how can we actually take advantage of growth of these desserts? And I mentioned the decline of health there, and we know there's a big gap to fulfill to achieve your 5 a day. Currently, we're only at 3.4, so there's plenty of room for improvement. And we know that produce is an inherently healthy category. Okay, so yes, it's important to definitely 100% drive the communications that you should choose a portion of fruit and veg because it's healthy, but also because of the increase in desserts and other trends in the market, it's also important to communicate reasons to choose produce outside of health too. Now, these communications can be, of course, on pack, in the fixture, etc. And just the last section for my deck today. So really understanding, okay, let's just kind of recap. So we understand what's happening at total grocery. We understand what's happening at produce. Let's understand what's happening within tomatoes. So tomatoes, from a spend growth perspective, have actually outperformed whole head produce in the latest 24 weeks. So 14.3% growth versus 12.8%. So really strong numbers for tomatoes. And what are the key driving factors for this growth? Actually, really interesting, every single KPI is in growth. So we've seen some slightly higher prices. We've seen shoppers make more frequent trips, which, as we know, is the opposite to total grocery, but also bigger baskets as well. And actually, new shoppers entering the market. You've seen penetration increase by 0.7%, which is actually quite surprising. But the two key drivers, as you can see there, frequency and trip size, contributing almost £50 million just from those two KPIs over the last 24 weeks. Has this always been the case though? Well, when we take those KPIs and actually plot them over time, you can actually see that tomatoes have sometimes, depending on what season, struggled to gain a foothold in the market. So you can see historically 2017 It was all about price actually propping up the market, where bigger baskets were slightly down. We then had that excellent 2018 summer. We had the World Cup, the Royal Wedding. We had the longest number of sunshine hours in that particular summer. A lot of produce categories and indeed grocery did really well off the back of that. So therefore, it was always really tough to analyze on that 2018, which is why you see a bit of a slump in the summer of 2019. And then we come into the COVID period, where tomatoes actually see the highest ever contribution to the market. And you can see the two big reasons: bigger baskets and more frequent trips. Yes, it has started to slowly tail off in the last 12 weeks or so, but I think it's really important to keep this positive momentum up. And this goes back to what we were saying previously. What is the primary growth driver for core categories? It should be price and premiumization. So how important are premium tomatoes? Well, we can definitely segment this out by tier, as we've done here. And yes, all tiers are in growth in the last 24 weeks, even premium seeing a strong double-digit growth. What's really interesting to see is that £1 in every £4 are spent on premium tomatoes. So premium tomatoes are really important, not only to the tomato category, but also to the produce category. So what we are able to do is actually isolate those premium tomato shoppers and understand their interaction outside. So what we've kind of looked at is understand, okay, we have these premium tomato shoppers. How valuable are these shoppers to the produce category? And we found out that they spend on average £69 more on total whole head produce versus the non-premium tomato shopper. So not only they're important to tomatoes, they're valuable to the category, the produce category. So that incrementality is something that we need to be considering and have a good mindset about. Price is obviously something, as the key kind of driver for growth, but it's also really interesting when you start to segment how many tomato shoppers just make 1 trip a year, or 2 trips a year, or 5 trips a year, etc. And if you isolate those shoppers who just make 1 tomato trip a year, and you forget them to buy again, so essentially make another trip, that's already £1.1 million added to the category. Now, this might not seem like much, but when you start adding up the twice a year shoppers, the 3 times a year shoppers, this quickly really builds up the size of price here. So this is just really showing you that there are other opportunities to grow the market. Price is really important, as we know, but also frequency as well. And frequency has been a key driving factor for tomatoes in the last 24 weeks, as we've just shown. From a retailer point of view, everyone has done pretty well. And actually, we can see some positive penetration gains pretty much across the board for everyone, in particular the likes of Co-op, but as convenience as well. And again, from a channel perspective, I'm really stressing the importance of this, where online tomatoes have gained £11 million. So that's to say shoppers have moved their spend from supermarkets, convenience, and the discounters and high street into online. And that represents £11 million. So even more so that online should be considered and definitely be wary of. So I mentioned a few size of prizes and opportunities within the market, but there are also plenty of opportunities for retailers to achieve their fair share as well. So I've just pulled out a few large under trays, if you will. So for example, if Tesco achieve their fair share of tomatoes within their total produce share, that represents almost a £14 million opportunity. And of course, there are a lot of retailers such as Sainsbury's, which are over trading as well. So it's important for them to defend their position in the market too. Essentially, the point here, there's lots of opportunity. It's about actually trying to take advantage of those. So how do we do it? What do we need to do? So going back to the consumption side of things, we know that health is important. We know that getting a portion of fruit or veg in the diet is really important to try and get that figure up to five a day. But what we have seen is that tomatoes have actually dropped slightly in the reasons for consuming to get a portion of fruit and veg, only 58.5% versus 60% in 2019. So that's actually gone down a bit. So even more so that we need to push this 5-a-day agenda even more. I mentioned health as well, and health has slightly declined over lockdown, albeit started to creep back up again. But fresh tomatoes still undertrade in terms of the reasons consumed for health benefits. 32%, so just under a third, versus 35% for total fresh produce. So again, if we start to communicate these benefits, we can start to grow the category. And one thing we've seen over the lockdown periods, as I mentioned, a massive rise in in-home lunches. And we're also seeing a rise in in-home lunches featuring tomatoes on the plate. So that's gone from 18.6% to 20.2% of occasions of in-home lunches featuring tomatoes. So we really must take advantage of this. And from the recent government announcement, it does look like, at least for the next 6 months, we're probably going to operate in a very similar way, working from home and having those in-home lunches rather than going to an out-of-home outlet to actually get our sandwich or pasta or soup or salad or whatever you may fancy. So really, tomatoes do need to capitalize on in-home lunches. So communicating recipe ideas would be one way of going about it. Making sure that during the shopping week that tomatoes can be communicated as an in-home lunch rather than maybe a side or plate on an evening meal. So just to leave you with 3 final points there on my presentation. So first of all, just summarizing the first part of the presentation, we do see recessionary behavior taking place, plan for a sustained inflated demand for takeaway food and drink. I cannot stress the priority to win in e-commerce, especially for produce, especially for tomatoes, especially for vegetables. It's all really important and something that we should be investing in, or at least having our discussions with our customers and retailers with. The second one there is really understanding the premiumization aspect. Premiumization in tomatoes can be done. It is a thing that's already happening. We've already seen strong growth figures in premium. So let's continue this further and drive this further. We also know that shoppers are consuming more fruit and veg than ever before. 1 billion additional occasions is pretty crazy numbers. So we need to be a part of that trend and really grow the market from a consumption view too. And the final point really, just on tomatoes, I mentioned about premiumization already, but communicating those other benefits, I know it's a bit more difficult with private label, but trying to do those on pack, speaking to retailer partners, etc., can really provide a good platform to grow the tomato category even further. So that's it from me. I'll give it back to Phil.
After the event. We are running a little bit over time, Vikesh, but could I hit you with maybe a couple of the questions that are coming in? First one, are retailers and customers sort of driving the push towards British tomatoes? And if so, how do we help that happen? And if not, how do we make sure it does happen?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think, well, at least at Kantar, it's quite hard to actually split out fish tomatoes in terms of our coding amongst different countries of origin. I think it's really understanding, okay, which is more from a tiering aspect, which areas are performing well in the market, where do those British tomatoes sit within those specific areas, and how they've performed over time, and also how consumers are actually engaged with those particular products. And if they're doing well, if they're in season, there's no reason to discuss with the retailer partners that you should be pushing it even further, especially as you know, I just talked about premium. If they are premium British tomatoes, clearly what we've seen from the numbers, shoppers are engaged with them. And since price is a key the category, it's definitely something not to shy away from.
Right. Well, obviously, as growers, we'll make sure we're driving that sector. Thank you for that. And one last question. Given you mentioned the drive towards an increase in online, is there information around pack sizes that's relevant? Are we as growers supplying the products at the right pack size?
A difficult question, and probably one that I have to run the data for to understand pack size performance with these markets. But I think if you look at the total macro trend, if we are staying at home more with our families and we are trying to capitalize on those in-home lunches, eating around the dinner table together, then naturally a bigger pack size would actually meet the needs of those consumers. Definitely as it is for the next 6 months as an announcement, we are working from home, bigger pack sizes will become more important.
Brilliant. Vikesh, as I said before, phenomenal amount of information. Very, very grateful for you coming and joining today and imparting some of that. There were lots of questions. I couldn't have time to ask them all, unfortunately, but for now, thank you very much indeed for taking part.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Phil.
Okay, a complete change of subject now. I'm going to introduce a gentleman who not needs much introduction to most of you, John Swain from NFU Energy. John's going to talk to us about energy insights and understanding the new normal. Welcome to the conference, John.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Phil. Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to share my screen now, and hopefully you will be able to see the slideshow. I'm just giving you. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. As I said, so my name is John Swain. I am the Technical Director at NFU Energy. For most people, you're expected to see Tim Pratt in this session, and it would be a bit of a change for all of us, really, because Tim Pratt has left us and moved on to do something different and something new. And I've taken over his remit, but hopefully you'll appreciate that I'm a decent replacement, maybe not the best replacement for Tim. You know, I don't think anyone can replace him in the way that Tim did his job with the level of knowledge and the insights that 27 years in the industry can bring. But I hope I will do something as good, equally as good, over the coming years. Anyway, moving swiftly on, I suppose I've sat in a number of these sessions that Tim used to do, and he always started with some headlines, so I decided I'd do the same and at least bring some familiarity to the proceedings. So yeah, energy, it's a headline topic, continues to be a headline topic, and not just because of some wild and wacky events from COVID-19, and we must mention that because it is important, but not quite as important as maybe as some people think, in what's happened in the energy marketplace this year. And I'm going to take you on really sort of a whistle-stop tour of what's happened and the various things that are going on in the energy arena over sort of the last sort of spring, summer, and as we move into the autumn, and what the future then might hold as we go for the next 2, 5, 10, 20 years, and how things might change for you as growers. So yes, a few headlines, you know, renewables, big power source, COVID-19 driving demand patterns, government incentives coming in, new money coming into decarbonisation measures, all those sorts of things. And how do they change what we do? So it really started in March. I suppose we had a fairly quiet winter, really, in that it was fairly mild and things were sort of carried on as normal. And then even before COVID-19 announcements, we were hearing announcements around energy. And with Rishi Sunak providing his first budget, it contained some energy stuff and some things that we ought to be aware of and to start considering what we do in our use of energy going forward. Firstly, let's look on the negative side, the disincentives to use fossil fuels. Are they negative? Well, I suppose that depends on your point of view, whether you believe that fossil fuels should be prevented from being used in the future, or whether you believe they're still part of our energy mix and will continue to be for some time. However, it's clear there is a driver towards away from them and towards renewable fuels. And we start to see that in the budget news, increasing CCL charges, the introduction of a green gas levy, which I'll talk a bit more about as we go through, and the talk of firm carbon pricing, increasing in carbon pricing. But really, sort of the numerous positive drivers, or there were more numerous positive drivers than there were negatives in there. Extensions to the RHI, a new tariff guarantee scheme for that, which is important for the heat sector. A new green gas support scheme driving the use of biomethane in the national grid. Renewable heat grants, I'm not sure that's going to change anybody's world going forward. The Green Heat Network Fund, good, all sort of rhetoric around new funds, new sources of money coming in to drive the green agenda, and a climate change levy, climate change agreement extension, which sort of hits fairly quickly. And then very, very swiftly forgotten because of COVID-19. And the biggest impact really that we saw happen in the very early days, and the drive down of demand as people stayed at home, as businesses shut, as various industries shut their doors for a period of time. Clearly demand on the network reduced. One of the biggest effects, and maybe one of the longer lasting effects, isn't necessarily the drop in use, but actually maybe the time lag or the time shift in demand as people change their working patterns. And specifically for office workers, and I don't know about other people in the room, but myself, starting at different times, maybe earlier, depending on the school requirements, or working later into the evening to give yourself a bit of a break in the day. Those sorts of things meant that there's a time shift in the way that demand happens. And that could be a longer lasting effect, maybe necessarily than the drop in demand. And I suppose that bears out in the numbers, really. There was this sharp drop in demand on the network, but that's now gone back up to where we were about before. Now, quite how potentially lockdown or a second lockdown might affect that, we would expect to see a little bit of a drop, but maybe not quite so much as it has been. In reality, though, I don't think the COVID-19 effect was anywhere near as great as the effect of renewables on our network and on the electricity network in the spring and summer. Largely, we had absolutely perfect conditions for PV and wind. It was windy and sunny. And actually that drove the longest ever coal-free run and the lowest carbon intensities on the grid that we've ever seen. And that is a trend that we must expect to continue as renewable electricity dominates the supply of electricity in our network. And the unreliability of that and how that is managed starts to become an important factor. And indeed it was. And the National Grid got pretty nervous around about sort of April, May time, that they didn't have enough flexibility within the grid to prevent an oversupply of electricity in the network. And so they introduced what we call the Optional Downward Flexibility Management Scheme, which was a very short-term package of measures enabling them to turn off suppliers or people to elect to be turned off or users to be turned up, such that they could manage or balance the grid in a more instantaneous way. So the Optional Downward Flexibility Management Scheme, which actually ends next week, I think it's set to end on the 1st of October, but I think it's a precursor of the things that might come in the way that we manage the network going forwards. So yeah, extra turn down was needed, extra load was turned up. And in one of those events, 100 megawatts of load was elected to turn up, and 170 generators, 700 megawatts of solar, wind, and CHP were turned off. Interestingly, horticulture contributed to quite a significant amount of that load turn up. Nearly 15% of that load turn up came from turning on lights in greenhouses. So, to answer the question, is this something we can benefit from? And if this is a long term, then yes, I believe it is. There could be that additional role for combined heat and power, those of you with combined heat and power plants, in providing that flexibility management that the grid needs to balance what Tim always called the unreliables, the unpredictable generation of wind and solar. And as people managing loads and turning on engines and trying to work out when the best time is to turn generation on and off, we're going to be starting to watch those weather effects very, very closely. Clearly, obviously, there is also additional potential for lighting load to be turned up. Just thinking about the additional LEDs that maybe Cambridge HOK were talking about, more people having more LEDs and having them on for longer, or the availability to have them on for longer, maybe provides a greater potential for manipulating the pattern of use to match grid demand. And it's expected that these effects are most likely to be required in the spring and summer, when our energy systems have the least demand and potentially the greatest generation as PV and wind turn up. The other thing that we heard a lot about after sort of the main lockdown effects of COVID-19 were what we call the green recovery. And there was a lot of noise made by the green lobby, as you might call them, about how our recovery ought to be green in its nature. So we should be promoting green technologies, we should be aiding energy efficiencies, we should be improving the renewable electricity and the renewable heat generation capacity of the country. So yes, whilst I don't think COVID-19 will really markedly change or has driven any change in the way that we think, it may have accelerated a little bit. And clearly we're seeing some funding being announced into how we might sort of accelerate some of those technologies that are green in their formation. And I don't think there's anything specifically in there yet for horticulture. But there are things that we ought to keep an eye on, and aiming for a transition from gas to hydrogen, I think, is one that we ought to look for. And whilst that's not going to be very quick in coming, and actually biomethane into the grid is more likely to be here much sooner, but hydrogen is something that is gaining some sort of traction. Albeit the skeptics in the room might say, well, it's been gaining some traction for 20 or 30 years and it's still not here, is it? And never. Well, I said that about electric cars, didn't they? And maybe hydrogen will follow that same trajectory, in that it's a lot of noise for a lot of time before it actually comes to fruition and becomes a truth. The other thing in the green recovery is the carbon capture and storage technologies, especially the growing interest in direct air capture. So sucking air through systems that remove the CO2 naturally from it. And really, if we're going to hit our net zero ambitions, we probably are going to require some of these carbon capture and storage technologies, whether it is direct air capture or whether it's bioenergy carbon capture or other techniques. They're going to be a really important part of the mix of removing carbon from the atmosphere. The other things we can talk about in regards to green recovery are the renewable heat incentive. And whilst the renewable heat incentive is quite old, it's been around for nearly 11 years or so, or 10 years, coming up for 11 years. It is going to come to an end, albeit it's had a bit of a stay of an execution this year. So it was set to end, a hard end of March 2021. Then there was all sorts of discussions and industry lobbying regarding an extension to the renewable heat incentive for projects that couldn't commission in time. Alongside that, the requirement to bridge the gap between the end of the RHI and any new scheme coming on board. And so there's some limited extensions for up to September 2021 for people with COVID impacts, and to March 2022 for projects who have got a tariff guarantee. And so we effectively gain an extra year in the renewable heat incentive with a bit more certainty about what's available until March 2022. As I said, I think some of the follow-on schemes, whilst we're bridging the gap between the end of the RHI and the follow-on schemes, are probably going to be less attractive to you as growers. Let's talk about the Clean Heat Grant Scheme to start with. So that's going to have a limited run of life. It's only going to be for a couple of years, and it's a £4,000 grant, which really is not going to be very interesting to many people. And what's even less interesting for the industry, the horticultural industry, is the fact that it's for systems less than 45 kilowatts in capacity. So we're talking of small commercial offices and domestic dwellings that are going to be the main beneficiaries of the Clean Heat Grant Scheme. So what else is there? Well, there is going to be the Green Gas Support Scheme. And the Green Gas Support Scheme is really about supporting the production of biomethane from new AD plant and injecting that into the national grid in a way to decarbonise the heat network. That's going to be paid for by the Green Gas Levy, and a consultation was launched this week on how that Green Gas Levy will be levied across the users of gas in the network. And whilst the impact of the cost of that will be fairly small, sort of a third of a penny per megawatt hour, actually the bigger effect of that is that it provides a mechanism that could be increased. Payments could be increased, or charges could be increased, and it gets into the psyche that actually gas can have charges levied on it to support renewable heat. In the same way that lots of charges have been levied on electricity to support the renewable electricity generation schemes, to the point at which sort of non-commodity costs for electricity are sometimes half even greater than the price per kilowatt hour that you pay. It'll have a similar structure to RHI tariffs, and that is an important point for the continuation of that, because it gives some familiarity and some confidence for anyone that's never used, spent time arguing with Ofgem. It gives you some confidence that actually the scheme will be there and be relatively well supporting of your technology. So yeah, decarbonising heat. It seems that we managed to decarbonise electricity quite easily, and onshore, offshore wind, PV, and all those other technologies seem to be doing that quite well. But decarbonising the heat sector has been a far greater challenge. And the RHI hasn't really had the biggest impact that people had wanted, or people in government, I should say, had wanted. So the Green Gas Support Scheme is going to deliver, hopefully, in the aspirations of government, a sort of a doubling of the current amount of biomethane into the network. But that's still, even if you get to 9 terawatt hours, that's still about 1% of the demand. So it's not going to have a massive impact in the short term. And the potential for hydrogen could be up to 20% blend, but that's not going to be for a long time. And therefore, looking at other ways of getting renewable heat or decarbonised heat seems to be important. And really, it comes down to two things, really: bioenergy and biomass boilers. For those of you who've known me for a while, biomass boilers is something that and the RHI is something I've been involved with for a long time. And so there's a role for them, and there will always be a role for them, I believe, but it's politically charged. People don't like burning wood. I'm going to say people, I mean the UK, I mean the public. The public perception of bioenergy is not particularly positive, albeit the arguments there as a renewable fuel are still quite strong. However, heat pumps seem to be a politically attractive solution, and one that the public seem to accept as well. So I think heat pumps have a good future in the renewable heat mix of the UK going forward. Just to make the case a little bit stronger for heat pumps and why they're a decarbonising solution, yes, we are going to put electricity in them, but the numbers sort of bear this out. And a kilowatt hour of heat delivered by a heat pump is going to reduce the carbon emissions by quite some significant amount. It would be about 1/5 of the carbon emissions that a kilowatt hour of heat from the gas network is. And that really is because of the way we are decarbonising the electricity network, and it has dropped from around about 400 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour in living memory or my career memory down to about 200 today. And as we saw in earlier slides, at some points we hit only 46 grams of CO2 as a supply of electricity to users. So yeah, by decarbonising the electricity network, we further decarbonise heat, and that's a win-win situation in the eyes of our political masters. We shouldn't just think about heat pumps as air or water or ground source. There are all sorts of ways of getting heat. Interesting listening to Cambridge HOK and the talk about using spare heat from AD plant for supply for greenhouses. And yes, the use of excess process heat is a good solution, and especially if we can boost it to temperatures that are going to be needed within glass houses to provide good production. And of course, you won't fail to have noticed the articles and the various the press releases there are about some of these very large heat pump based glass houses being built over in the east of England at the moment, who aren't taking their heat from the ground, they're taking them from sewage works. Of course, there is a challenge, and that is CO2. And this is where maybe some of this carbon capture and storage stuff starts to resonate with you all, that it does have a relevance. If we understand where we're going to get our CO2 from in the future, maybe we are more confident that actually we don't have to have natural gas burning, whether through CHP or through boilers, to protect ourselves or protect the yields that we're used to having. Moving into renewable electricity. Now, whilst this is traditionally less important to growers, of course, if we are moving to a situation where our heat is being supplied by electricity as well, then the renewable electricity proportion of that is important too. One of the things also published this year was future energy scenarios, and in fact National Grid publish this every year, how they see the mix of energy generation in the country going, and the various scenarios that they could that could be employed to decarbonise our energy supply. Interestingly, there they see 3 gigawatts of wind and 1.4 gigawatts of solar needing to be built every single year from now until 2050. And that sort of just bears out the comments I made earlier about the unpredictability of our network, and probably the requirement to balance that through CHP and other forms of reliable generation that can be turned on and turned off at will. In one of these scenarios, yes, renewables account for 76% of electricity generation in the total energy supply of the country, so not insignificant by any means. And again, an announcement was made this week about the increase of wind generation that we might get by providing an interconnector between us and Norway and sending renewable offshore wind electricity one way or the other. So that may be one way that we sort of increase that without necessarily having to build as many wind farms as some people fear. So what does it all mean? Well, I think generally we are heading towards what I would call this this virtuous circle. Reusing our resources, reducing our consumption, using renewable energy, and it is the trend of the country. It's what the citizens panel that reported last week suggested we should be doing too. And so I think energy, and particularly carbon reductions, are going to continue to move up the agenda, and we need to pay it serious attention. We're going to have renewable electricity dominating at grid and at user levels, and dominating the heat sector too, as heat pumps become more common in new build and even in some retrofit. And I know of some heat pump projects that are going into retrofit into existing glass houses as we speak. And as I said, new sources of CO2 we have to be found so that we can maintain that enrichment resource that we need. One thing that I constantly say and would be really good, and again, it was nice hearing Cambridge HOK talk about new glasshouse technologies and techniques. Energy efficiency, I think, is going to be of renewed importance. And it's all well and good making sure that your energy comes from renewable sources and decarbonised sources, but by using less of it, then of course we pay less for it as an input into our businesses, and we leave more for the other people to use for other industries. I don't think I could do this talk without putting some market prices up, so I guess this is a nod to that. So here's some gas prices for going forward. Yes, actually gas is still cheap. What am I saying here really? That whilst there's a lot of noise about where we ought to be getting our energy from, some of the economic drivers are not there yet. And the gas prices don't sort of push us towards making a green or a different alternative solution decision as it stands. Prices are still rising. If we take some COVID timescales onto this, yes, prices were at the lowest sort of May, June time, and are now beginning to rise again as we head towards winter. But they're still quite significantly below where they were this time last year. Funnily enough, electricity prices track that too. What we mustn't forget, of course, in electricity prices, is the commodity prices is only about half of what we pay in the non-commodity prices, paying for all those renewables, paying for the incentives, and the disincentivization of electricity through the taxation that we have to pay for too in the unit rates. So more than half sometimes of that pence per kilowatt hour that you pay is made up by those non-commodity costs. So in summary, yes, the electricity market has been very volatile. It's volatile every year, and I suppose from that's no news really, and it's likely to continue to be because of the unpredictable renewable generation. And we've seen extraordinary highs on the spot market, and we've seen extraordinary lows. And so yes, the volatility is likely to continue, and being able to play that market may be key going forward. Yeah, negative public and government perception of fossil fuel will drive us towards renewable heating, be that heat pumps, be it bioenergy, be it other renewable resources. And in order to get best out of that as growers, we're going to have to benefit from those carbon capture techniques. And so, yeah, different thinking. Yes, I do believe different thinking is required. I don't think we can continue to use gas and CHP and gas boilers in the long term, albeit there may well be several more years in that. So yeah, in the very short term, we probably are going to carry on as we are. And I shall leave it there. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, John. Yet again, a huge amount of information in a very short period of time. I'm just going to jump in first with a couple of questions, because one of the things that's always driven me and drives our industry really is use of CO2. They tell you if two tomato growers meet, first thing they talk about is light, and second thing is how much CO2 we have, and that's very true. It worries me though that that's not recognised by government. I mean, what's wrong with carbon capture and use? Carbon capture and storage is all over the press. What we're using it, been using it for years, and we're also using CO2 from other people, waste CO2 from other plants. My company, for instance, is taking CO2 from fertiliser factory and making food with it. I worry that that's not seen by government. Is that fair? Do you think that's going to continue for the long term?
Yeah, I don't think that is recognised in the way that growers would like it recognised. I think we, as growers, must also realise that a reasonable amount of the CO2 that we put into our glasshouses doesn't always stay there. And actually, it comes back to efficiency of glasshouses, and maybe some of those closed glasshouse concepts where we could actually make even better benefit from the CO2 that we put in than we currently are doing. And therefore, we could make even more noise about how great it is that we're using the CO2 that's out there. It is quickly say that the carbon capture that we're doing at the moment is built around a case for storing it underground or putting it into the ground in some form or another. But if we can benefit from the efficiencies and the new technologies for capturing it, then maybe we can drive down the cost of that CO2 to us and still make a case for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, energy definitely should be at the forefront there, in my opinion, for pushing that forward for on behalf of our industry. We are overrunning a little bit, but a couple of quick questions for you, John. I've been asked here what you see as a future of CHP. I think you may have mentioned that towards the end. You think it's quite negative, really, which is quite a worry for us. I mean, I say there's a lot of CHP within horticulture, and we're using the exhaust gases. Fantastic technology, and I'm not sure government's aware of it.
Yeah, I think the short to medium term, the next 5 years or so, I wouldn't worry about your investment in CHP, and I think it plays a part not just in heating the CO2 supply to your glasshouse, but also in the balancing of that network, and the recognition of maybe the potential for that as a balancing mechanism probably needs to go up the national grid's agenda a little bit. A few more unpredictable days like we've had, and the ODFM scheme, as I say, it's interesting to see how much of that benefit or that balancing was provided by CHP, and in your case in horticulture, it was really quite important to make sure that we balance the network using what we had. So there will be a role for it. It may not be quite in the same way that we'd be very used to, turning on and on for our need, and we might have to accept that we have to turn it on and off for other people's needs as well.
I think we can quite happily accept that, as long as we are part of the agenda. I think what worries me is we're completely ignored. So more power to your elbow to push that on our behalf, John. And perhaps one more question. I've got to ask a couple of questions here, which I'm going to link together, which is about lighting. Do you expect funding to be available to help growers switch from HPS lighting to overcast to LED to reduce demand and be able to provide fresh produce year round? And will that sort of be there available not just for tomatoes but for other sectors as well?
I would really hope so. Do I expect it? Not in great quantities, no. There is limited funding available through some of these countryside productivity grant schemes that are available for some people, and it'd be great if LED lighting could be listed on one of them as a replacement measure. The other thing, of course, is that by moving to LED lighting from HBS, then you are driving energy efficiency, and so you can benefit from the climate change agreement and a reduction in climate change levy. But I'm not expecting huge grant schemes to be available for horticulture moving away from HBS to LED in particular. No, I can't see that.
No, I think part of the problem is that people perhaps in government see agriculture, but they don't see horticulture. I definitely get the feel that we're invisible. We need to wave the flag as much as we possibly can, John. Yeah. John, thank you. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
I said I will do my best.
Good man. Thank you very much. John, thanks ever so much for that. A huge amount of information, as I said. Yeah, thank you for taking part. Yeah, super. Thanks, John. Okay, everybody, we're now going to take a 30-minute break. We are running a little bit late, so what I'm going to do is unilaterally I'm going to change the agenda slightly, and I'm going to say let's meet back online at 1:05, so give you half an hour to go and make some sandwiches and another cup of tea. I need to remind you that you need to go back to the all session stage on your device, and then go back into session 3, which is the I think you can see on the video now as I'm talking. Which is the tomato brown goose virus section. And then at 1:05 we will start that section and focus on the challenge that we have into our industry of tomato brown goose virus. Thank everybody that's spoken so far in the first half of the session. Go enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 1:05, half an hour's time. Thank you, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, although maybe a little bit rushed. Okay, our second half of the conference, as you know, is on tomato brown goose virus. I hope whilst you had your lunch, by the way, you had a chance to have a look at the trade stands, visited, go in contact with each other through the chats, etc., and looked at the trade stands. Before we go any further, just to remind everybody, if you want to ask a question in this session, you have to go out to all sessions, back to session 3, which is obviously tomato brown goose virus section, and then update at that point. That way, we can receive your questions at the end for our speakers. What I should also say is that if you want us to ask me to ask a specific question to a specific speaker, obviously please put their name on your question. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're into our tomato brown goose portion of the day. After we got a few slides just to show you here. There's 3 bits of information I wanted to share with you. First of all, that the AHDB have the tomato brown goose virus information hub, which brings information from all over the world and is a superb centre for information on this virus. I recommend those of you that haven't seen it to make sure that you do have a look. It's the most visited website the AHDB provide, and when you have a look, you'll understand why. Next slide, guys, please. Let it just come up. For those of you that don't know, we have formed earlier this year what we call the tomato brown goose virus steering group, which is formed of some growers that got experience of this disease, scientists, AHDB people, myself and other people from the technical committee of the Tomato Growers Association. And what we're doing is we're collating information from people all over the world. So the speakers that you're going to hear this afternoon are included. We have very regular meetings online because of COVID, of course. We drive this forward and make sure we're fully up to date. And we're also linking that to driving the research on behalf of the industry as well. One last point, next slide, guys, is just to make you aware of the AAB, Association of Applied Biologists Conference, which is on the 2nd of December this year, at which this virus will be the key subject. So please get involved in that. It's a webinar, so you can log on, details on the screen there, and get further information on that. Smashing, right. Okay, so now then, again, you're not here to hear me speak, so I shall shut up and hand over to our first speaker of this session, which is Adrian Fox from FERA. Welcome, Adrian. Adrian, yeah, pleased to meet you. You're going to talk about dealing with tomato brown goose virus and our knowledge so far, so thank you. Welcome to the conference, Adrian.
Thank you. Okay, so for those that don't know me, my name's Adrian Fox. I'm the Senior Plant Virologist at FERA Science Limited in York. And I've been both liaising with the Tomato Brown Goose Virus Steering Group for the full extent of its life, but also we've been leading some research in this area and trying to make some international links so we can get a more joined-up approach to dealing with tomato brown rugose fruit virus. It's always a mixed feeling speaking to this fantastic conference. It would be nice if one year we got an invite to speak when there weren't any major issues, but I think that will come in time possibly. But anyway, as an overview for today's talk, as I'm the first up in the session, I'll give some background about the virus, just a quick refresher, talk about some symptoms and talk about the spread and how we've got to where we are. And then talk about what can we do about the issue. And I think, as we've seen from the other virus that shall remain nameless, there was never going to be a single clear way of attacking this in terms of sorting the problem out of the industry. And so we'll talk about the suite of measures that can be used and how we've been conducting research under AHDB funding to try and plug some of the knowledge gaps to help us give better advice on how better to control this virus. And then we'll finish with a quick slide of where I think we could get to.
So for background, tomato brown rugose fruit virus is a tabamovirus. That's a relative of tomato mosaic virus and tobacco mosaic virus. However, where tomato brown rugose fruit virus is different to those other tabamoviruses is that it can overcome the TMV resistance genes that we have in commercial tomato varieties. And as with other viruses, once plants are infected, they cannot be cured. Once you're infected, you're infected. And this virus is spread through mechanical contact. So you can have direct plant-to-plant contact. You can have tools and cutting, even clothing passing by an infected plant and then rubbing against a healthy plant could be enough to pass the virus on. And once infected, there's some work recently been done in Italy to show how rapidly the virus can spread within the crop. And within the space of a season, it is possible to get 100% crop infection. Seed transmission has been implicated. We still don't have published evidence of it, but when we talk about the spread around the world, I think it's difficult to argue against the possibility of seed transmission, and we know that other tabamoviruses can be seed transmitted. And so really from the word go, we've been advocating good hygiene measures and good biosecurity precautions to try and minimize the spread and limit the impact of the virus should an outbreak occur. It's also important to note that a lot of these issues will also map across onto pepper, as we know that pepper without tabamovirus resistance genes can also be infected by the virus, and there's also been a record of aubergine seed being infected, but to this point we haven't yet had a record of aubergine plants being infected. So it is very much an emerging problem. If we go back to 2014, when we had the first reported outbreak in Israel, but even at that point, it was a disease that the Israelis had been trying to identify for at least a year by that point. And by 2015, we were in a position that the virus had spread into Jordan. And by this point, reports were already that all tomato growing regions of Israel were infected by this virus. But I think Dave Kay will talk about some of this later on. By 2018, we'd had first European outbreaks in Germany and Sicily, and also there'd been a reported outbreak in California and reports in Mexico, and also the first report in pepper coming out of Mexico as well. By 2019, we'd got further outbreaks in Europe, further outbreaks in the USA, and also this outbreak in China. So we're seeing now that this really is a global issue that we're facing. And just to bring us up to date, we've now recently had the first European outbreak in a pepper crop. The report leads us to believe that that was carryover from a previously infected tomato crop, but we've had further outbreaks in Europe as well. And as with all these viruses, we can't declare eradication until a crop has been clear from the virus for at least a year. So many of these outbreaks are either under eradication or it's a situation that's still very live. But I think we'll hear more about this from Bart in his talk after mine. So as a quick refresher on the symptoms, symptoms may be mottling or chlorosis, as we see on the middle picture here, or you can get blistering and twisting of leaves. And in terms of fruit and sepals, you can get some necrosis. This kind of marbling type symptom seems to be the most common symptom that people come across, but you can also get the brown rugosity that the virus is actually named after. However, it's key to point out that there are also many reports of asymptomatic infections, and especially from the UK and the Netherlands, we're getting reports of asymptomatic infections as well. So in terms of what we know about the spread of the virus, we've got to think about how the virus can get into the glasshouse, and then should you have an outbreak, how it moves around the glasshouse. And so the potential routes in are via propagation plants, potentially from infected seed, via contaminated fruit entering the pack house, and then contamination getting from the pack house into the glasshouse, or via contamination on staff. And this is where we think about infected fruit being eaten that have been picked up off site, but also the potential that visitors could also bring infection onto the premises. And once you've got infection within the glasshouse, you've got to think about your movement of staff, because clothes, skin and hair could all carry infection. You've got to think about movement of equipment, because again, this is a contact transmitted virus, and virus particles carried on things like trolleys and crates could allow the virus to move around the glass house quite easily. And we know that bumblebees have also been implicated during pollination, and although we haven't got evidence of transmission through recirculating irrigation water, we know that for other Tabamo viruses this has been recorded, and so I certainly would consider it to be a potential risk. So if we think about mapping out how this actually looks in terms of an end-to-end process, and as we're seeing, as I said, with something like COVID, we've got to think about a holistic approach to trying to contain this. So in terms of the obvious inputs, there's seed through the propagator, transport into the glasshouse. And then you've got your activity while working in the glasshouse, whether that's cutting or pollination by bees. And you've got movement of crates with potentially infected tomato fruit, and those could be from on-site or off-site. And then the recirculation of crates going back into the glasshouse. You've got staff in the canteen potentially eating fruit. I will apologise at this point. When I looked at PowerPoint to try and find a picture of a grower that I could use within this talk, it threw up dungarees and a pitchfork. So I apologise to Phil especially, because I don't think I've ever seen Phil in dungarees and a pitchfork, but he'll maybe chase me with one after this talk. And also you've got to think about visitors onto site. So especially something like a rep who may have been to other premises, it may be wise to think about meeting those reps off-site. But all of these are potential areas where the virus could enter the premises and then infect a crop. So we've got to think about how we can mitigate against the risk at each of these steps. So one thing that we've moved towards mitigating what we consider to be a major risk is through the new EU measures. And these replace the old EU emergency measures, and these came into force on the 15th of August. And they cover a mandatory inspection of place of production and material in trade, for seeds, for plants for planting, and for fruit. And this is the first time that fruit has actually been brought into consideration. And the thing that these measures do is they stipulate minimum sample sizes, and they also stipulate which test methods should be used. So for instance, for seed testing, we now have a minimum sample size of 3,000 seeds to be tested. And up until October, we can use ELISA. However, most labs that I'm aware of don't use ELISA for seed testing. But after October, we can use real-time RT-PCR, conventional RT-PCR, and there are a choice of validated methods which can be used there. And it's all important to know that this diagnostic stipulated by the EU measures are actually aligned with the EPO standard, and that EPO standard is currently at country consultation stage and should be going live in the very near future. And what this also gives is post-EU exit alignment. So all of these measures will be mirrored within UK legislation going forward. We've talked about the risk of movement around site and contact transmission. So one of the knowledge gaps that we wanted to try and plug was to provide information on the efficacy of preventative hygiene measures. So to look at survival of brown rugose fruit virus on skin and gloves, hand washing, and to look at reducing the risk of contamination across the glasshouse, but also ways in which we could clean up, whether that be post-outbreak, or as a prophylactic measure between crops. And so AHDB funded FERA to look at all these aspects of work. And you've seen some of this information last year, but we'll just give a quick recap. Through this work, we showed that the virus will stay active on both skin and gloves for at least 2 hours. And from this, our recommendation was that using disposable gloves and changing them often is probably a far better approach than just relying on hand washing alone. And when we consider the efficacy of hand washing, certainly just using a medicated hand wash and a medicated gel gave no control after 30 seconds. We did get some control with some products after 60 seconds hand washing, but I think given that most people are now comfortable with how long 20 seconds takes to wash hands, I'm sure you can imagine the practical implications of trying to get staff to wash hands for 60 seconds at a time to try and get minimal control. So again, we go back to saying use disposable gloves and change them often, and often will be dictated by the type of process that
those staff are actually taking part in at the time. We also looked at survival on glasshouse surfaces. And we know that tobacco viruses are extremely hard wearing and will remain infectious for long periods of time. And certainly across all of the different glasshouse surfaces we studied, we had activity retained for at least 7 days, and in most cases well over 4 weeks. And you'll see that concrete in particular is quite a difficult surface to deal with in terms of it's the porosity of the surface. And so the virus can be sheltered within the porous surface, we think, but we'll talk a bit more about that when we talk about disinfection. But certainly you'll see from the glass, the hard plastic and the polythene, we can get active virus surviving for at least 6 months on glasshouse surfaces. So one of the first ways we looked at trying to disinfect material so that it could be reused within the glasshouse was to look at the hot water treatment of trays. And what we found was that at 90 degrees C, certainly a 5-minute soak in 90 degrees C water was enough to inactivate the virus. And in both cases, a mixture of soaking plus a disinfectant appeared to work to give control of the virus. However, as you'll see here, 70 degrees C for 5 minutes wasn't adequate. And I think, again, that shows just how robust this virus is. And so this is the latest results from some ongoing work to look at the efficacy of disinfectants. And the first thing you'll notice is that we haven't found a universal disinfectant that will work in all situations. There are some, so Virkon S, Huasan at the stronger concentration, so that's the fogging concentration, appear to be effective. Our first rep of Unifect G, again, appears to be effective, but that needs repeating. And as you'll see from some of the other work, when we've done a second repeat, you get some mixed results. But certainly, whilst there's no universal disinfectant, certainly we've got evidence here to show that disinfectants for relatively short contact times are effective. And as I said, this work's ongoing. We've got some more repetitions of this work planned to look at different concentrations and different products. And there's also the ongoing work that we'll be looking at. So from here forward, we've got a need to look at the disease development of brown rugose fruit virus. So as I said earlier, we have situations where we have asymptomatic infection, and we're being asked to do asymptomatic screening of crops to try and work out whether they're infected or not. And so it's important to work out what virus expression looks like in UK varieties under UK conditions, and whether that's a winter crop or a spring crop. And we also want to look at whether early infection into a plant makes a difference to both the expression of virus symptoms, but also the detection of virus. So we'll be doing a repetition of early season infection and mid-season infection. And this work is just in the process of being launched now. So I think we put plants into the glass house in mid-October to start this work, and then that will run through to late spring, early summer of 2021. And as we get results from that work, it will be made available to everyone via the AHDB Knowledge Library. So if we return back to this holistic view of the end-to-end process of growing tomatoes, what we can see is that we now have several mitigation steps that we can put in, and where we can't have mitigation steps, we can think of other ways of process managing a situation to just try and minimize the risk to the grower. So through the EU measures, we now have mandatory testing of seed on a routine basis for material coming into the EU and into the UK. There's also the potential for testing material before it leaves the glass house, before it leaves the propagator to go into the production glass house. And certainly there are situations where growers are coming to us and asking us to do that on a commercial basis. Within the glasshouse itself, obviously, there's the ongoing monitoring. So DEFRA will be running another survey of glasshouse premises next year. But again, we're always happy to discuss commercial testing with growers if they wish to have a degree of confidence about the plants that they're growing. And where we've got the amber symbols. In each of those situations, we've looked at measures to both disinfect, but where we can't disinfect, to put in management approaches to try and mitigate the risk of these pathogens entering and passing around. And what we would also say is there are some risks that we can't mitigate against, and in that situation, consider how you work and how people move about the site. So would it be wise to have staff moving from pack house back into glass house? And I know this isn't something that happens routinely within many of the businesses in the industry, but this does happen in some situations. And also think about your visitors onto site. Do you have to meet them on site, or can you meet them elsewhere? And I appreciate, again, in the current situation, physical face-to-face meetings are probably minimizing this risk anyway, because they just aren't happening. And so as an introduction, that's all I've got to say for now. And so I'll pass back to Phil.
Brilliant. Adrian, thank you very much indeed for that. A tremendous introduction of a huge amount of work. Just a reminder, we're going to have questions in the panel session at the end of this session, so please send your questions as you think of them as they go through, and we can have a long list, and I'll try and group them together in various subjects. And another reminder to make sure that you put the name of the person that you'd like it addressed to, if that's the case, on your question. Adrian, as I say, thank you very much indeed for your paper. Now we're going to move on to introduce our friend Bart van Rosenburg from the NVWA in Holland to talk about real-time tracking of tomato brown goose virus outbreaks using NextStrain towards a community effect. Bart, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this work that we've been performing following the first official TOB-RFV finding we had in the Netherlands last year. So my name is Bart van der Vossenberg. I'm a molecular biologist from the Dutch National Plant Protection Organization. To already manage a little bit of the expectations, also linking to the questions that might follow. So I'm a molecular biologist. That means that I focus on working with the genetic material of plant pests and plant pathogens for designing new tests and to do applied research. So I'm not a virologist. I'm also not a policymaker. So regarding questions that might come and that might put some focus to that. So first, I would like to talk a little bit about the Dutch plant health system, and then talk about the first TOB-RFV finding we had in the Netherlands last year and the follow-up survey that was triggered because of it, and then how we have used the complete genetic code of the virus for track and tracing and try to understand how the distribution of the different varieties or versions of the virus came about, really building on the scheme that Adrian just now presented. And then also we'll have a look at the interactive tool that we created to communicate and to disseminate what we have learned from those studies, and also to present some outlooks on how we would like to further expand and improve such tools. So first, the plant health system in the Netherlands. So we have a layered system where on the top level we have the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality. So the ministry really is about setting, drawing up legislation and policies in the framework of international treaties and legislation. And then on the next level, we have the National Plant Protection Organization, which is the competent authority as described by international plant protection conventions. So the National Plant Protection Organization of the Netherlands was established over 120 years ago and is now part of the Netherlands Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority. So that's abbreviated as NVWA. That's the affiliation that you can see after my name. On the third level, we have the agricultural inspection agencies or inspection bodies. So part of the phytosanitary inspections are outsourced to those inspection agencies and are performed under the authority of the NPPO. Also, first line of diagnostics is performed under the supervision of the NPPO. So within the National Plant Protection Organization, I'm part of the department, the National Reference Center for Plant Health. Within the National Reference Center, we are responsible for diagnostics of regulated pests, so diagnostics and applied research. And within that department, we have organism-specific groups, such as virology, and molecular research groups and bioinformatic groups. And it is really in the pyramid shown on the right-hand side where the diagnostics and applied research of the tomato brown rugose fruit virus in the Netherlands is performed. So really a collaborative approach between virologists and molecular biologists within the NPPO lab and also with the inspection agencies. So now over to the first official finding we had of tomato brown rugose fruit virus in Dutch horticulture last year. So as of October 4th last year, TOBRFV was listed as a high-risk pest in the Netherlands. And so that meant that as of that moment, there was an obligation for companies and test labs to report suspected presence of the virus. And actually, a few days later, a strong suspicion of presence of the virus came from a sample that was taken as part of a kind of a routine annual survey in Dutch horticulture to survey for presence of risk pathogens and pests. So from that generic survey, we got a single sample in which the presence of TOBRFV was suspected. A few days later, we had the presence of the virus confirmed, and this initial finding triggered a follow-up survey. So by November of last year, 68 companies were visited and samples were taken from the greenhouses from these companies. And so companies could exist of a single or multiple greenhouse compartments in which samples were taken. And these were all tested with a real-time RT-PCR for virus detection. And we used a sequencing method, Illumina sequencing, for the confirmation of virus presence. And by the end of November last year, we verified the presence of the virus at 17 companies in the Netherlands. And currently, we have 20 companies where we have confirmed presence of the virus. So using this Illumina sequencing approach for determining the presence to verify the presence of the virus allowed us to look beyond simply verifying presence of the virus in a diagnostic sample. Because as we have access to the entire genetic information of the virus, we could also use that information in tracking and tracing the outbreak and trying to establish links between different varieties or isolates or genome sequences of that virus and epidemiological traits, such as, for instance, host or other associated information, such as packing stations, work crews, seed lots, and whatnot. So, and the reason that we can use this information from the genetic information from the virus is that each and every time a virus replicates, small changes can occur. And this means that the virus genomes that have a common ancestor are more alike than the virus genomes that have a different recent ancestor. So viruses that are highly similar, they group in a cluster, and the genomes that we find in such cluster are believed to have a shared original origin. So and from this hypothesis, we can look at the genetic diversity of the virus and integrate it with the associated information from the places where those samples were taken. So also the tomato varieties, the seed batch, so work crews, packing stations, and so on. And then we can start asking questions to that data set. So are some of those clusters, which are believed to share a original origin, are they somehow linked to that associated information? So for instance, do all red viruses originate from the same seed batch or some other trait that we have included in this analysis? And also, which of the tomato companies have which variants? So to see how they are linked and how they got that particular strain or isolate of the virus in the first place. And also by looking at the diversity of the genome sequences and the distribution of these different associated traits over that genetic diversity, can this give us some indication on presence of the virus in the Netherlands? Also maybe presence of the virus before the first official finding. So actually this is a very data-intensive analysis. And on the one hand, it's a very molecular analysis, very technical, and there's loads and loads of information that you want to layer on top of that technical data. So we had to look for ways to combine all that information and to disseminate it. And first of all, to disseminate it to Dutch tomato growers, because we wanted to inform them on what we found on the diversity and spread of the virus in Dutch horticulture, but also communicate and disseminate that information more broadly to get a better understanding from a plant health perspective on virus diversity and virus spread globally. So we created two web tools, one for internal use and one for a public use. So, and with this, and we used what is called the NextStrain tool. And this NextStrain tool is actually currently also used in COVID. So really tracking COVID-19 outbreaks and trying to monitor the changes, the evolutionary changes that are ongoing in the COVID-19 virus. So we are applying the same strategy and same hypotheses, but then for TOB-RFV. So this internal build that we created to communicate our research findings with the Dutch tomato growers that were affected by the virus. This was presented to them in several rounds, and we really had an opportunity to look at diversity of the virus within and among greenhouses, within a company, between companies, and within municipalities, between municipalities, and so on different geographical levels. And the interesting thing that we found was that sometimes neighboring companies had very different varieties of the virus, whereas in other cases, companies situated at different ends of the country had almost the same virus genome in their diagnostic samples. And we really wanted to show them that information and to try to establish what type of pathways could explain that spread that we are currently seeing. So obviously that is so on a greenhouse level scale, that type of information is sensitive, and that is not information that we can or would like to share, but partly anonymized, we do want to provide that information also to a broader public, and that's why we have created this public tool. And on this slide, we have a hyperlink where you can access the public build, but also I've created a video to guide you through the public build and to explain what we can see from this website and some of the conclusions that we could draw. And with that, I would like to ask the technical guys to start the video that I provided.
This is the public version of the tomato brown rugose fruit virus next strain build, created and maintained by the National Plant Protection Organization of the Netherlands. In this next strain build, sequence data of complete and near complete TO-BRFV genome sequences from materials sampled between November 2014 and November 2019 are integrated with information on origin and epidemiological information such as host, rootstock variety, and scion variety. The information included in the public build is anonymized for some traits to prevent the identification of individual tomato growers. In this version, 63 genomes are included, of which 54 genomes were generated by the Dutch National Plant Protection Organization following the first TO-BRFV finding in the Netherlands in October 2019. These 54 genomes represent 50 genomes obtained from 17 outbreak locations and 4 interceptions at import. The build consists of 3 main panels showing, on the top left side, the cluster analysis and grouping of viral genomes, and additional information on the individual genomes can be obtained by clicking on the external nodes in the tree. From this view, you can also link through to the NCBI accession numbers. In the top right panel, the origin of viral genomes and the prediction of possible transmission links are shown. Below, the diversity represented in the entire dataset is shown on an amino acid level or on a nucleotide level. On the left-hand side, several options are provided to color the virus isolates displayed in the tree and on the map. By default, the virus genomes are colored based on the country of origin, but other traits such as host, rootstock variety, scion variety, and material sampled can be chosen. Different layout options can be chosen to visualize the tree: rectangular, radial, an unrooted tree, or a tree view in function of time. Branch lengths can be displayed in function of time of sampling or based on genetic diversity. When choosing the time option, confidence intervals for the internal nodes can be visualized. The geographic resolution on the map can be changed as well. By default, the resolution is set on a country level, and all viral sequences from a given country are aggregated to that level. The bubble sizes on the map indicate the number of viral genomes relative to the overall set. Other geographic resolution levels, such as continent or municipality, can be chosen. Municipality level information is not available for all viral genomes, and only those genomes for which the information is present are shown on the map. With the map, users can drag and drop, zoom in or out to get a more detailed view of the origin of viral genomes. Below, several filter options are provided. Users can filter the dataset by selecting one or more filters. For instance, when we select Netherlands as filter, the 50 genomes obtained from the 17 outbreak locations in the Netherlands are highlighted in the tree and on the map. Viral genomes found in the Netherlands group in 3 separate clusters, and these are believed to represent 3 different original sources. In all but one of the outbreak locations, viral genomes were found from only one of the main clusters. No links were found between the main clusters and the location of the outbreak sites. And this can be visualized on a municipality level when hovering over the bubble of a given municipality. Viral genomes from that location are highlighted in the tree. In this particular example, viral genomes from 2 different clusters were found to be represented in a single municipality. Also, no links were found between genotypes and other traits such as rootstock variety or cyan variety. Given the distribution of epidemiological traits among viral genomes and outbreak locations, it is likely that the virus has been present in the Netherlands sometime before the first official samples were obtained and tested. Based on the information provided in the build, NextStrain determines the most likely transmission events, which can be animated from the web page. However, currently there's a strong bias towards viral genomes obtained at outbreak locations in the Netherlands. The predictive power of the tool will improve with the addition of more viral genomes. Therefore, we encourage and invite other organizations to share data or biological materials together with relevant metadata in order to improve and update the build. Such a community effort will contribute to a better understanding of the diversity and spread of TOBRFV worldwide. To get in touch, simply click the link on top of the webpage.
So that was that video showing the public NextStrain build. And with that, I would like to sum up and conclude the presentation. So following the initial finding of TOBRFV in Dutch horticulture, we sequenced and assembled TOBRFV genomes, which are found to form 3 separate clusters. And these separate clusters are believed to represent 3 different original sources. And we found no correlation between virus genomes and different epidemiological traits. So not the tomato variety, seed batch, or long plant providers that we were looking at first, but also following talks with Dutch tomato growers, looking at work crews, packing stations, and other traits. And the data shows that the virus was very likely present in the Netherlands before 2019. So we believe that from this data, that at least in 2018, the virus was present, and maybe even late 2017 as well. So some outlooks that we have from this work. We have committed ourselves to maintain and expand the build. So as you've seen currently, this build contains data up to November of last year, which is almost a year ago now. And we are seeking further contribution with other labs in terms of including genomes and associated data, as this will improve our understanding regarding the virus diversity and spread. And so this last bullet here is that we are actually, a research paper describing the build is currently under review. This is no longer the case. So our paper is accepted for publication. And so with this publication, now we can start further expanding on this build. And so really this paper serves as an open invitation to others to contribute. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and to acknowledge all the hard work done by the people from the NPPO lab, but also from the Naktuinbouw lab that have worked together to to enable this this work and this presentation, basically. So with that, thank you for your attention, and Phil, I would like to hand over back to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. A tremendous presentation, a huge amount of information. Again, the next strain is just fascinating. Like you say, the amount of effort and work that's gone into it is incredible. Also, there will be quite a few questions coming in during your talk as well. So when we get to the panel conversation a bit later, I'm sure it'll be interesting. But thank you again. Okay. We're going to move on to the third presentation on tomato brown rugose virus now, with a presentation from Dave Kay, ADAS RSK. Welcome, Dave. We're going to hand over to you to talk about UK grower tomato brown rugose virus experiences and what we can learn from them. Dave, over to you.
Thank you, Phil. Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Dave Kay. I am a plant pathologist with RSK ADAS Limited. It's been a few years since I last spoke with you at the tomato conference, I think back in 2017. So it's an absolute pleasure to be back speaking with you today. So this time last year, we'd had only one outbreak of the virus in the UK, as Adrian said, and the impact of this virus, including information on how the industry was going to manage outbreaks in our production systems, was limited. As Bart just said, the first official Dutch outbreak wasn't reported until after the conference last year. As part of AHDB funded work, I visited the Netherlands, Germany and Israel last autumn, and I gathered some useful information on how these countries had dealt with the virus. However, the industry is keen, obviously, for more information. And now that some UK sites have been unfortunate enough to have suffered infection, more information is available. So as a response to this demand, the AHDB commissioned a desk-based study to investigate these outbreaks in the UK and how they've impacted the businesses, including how the virus was found, but also how it has been acted upon and managed. And this originally included 2 businesses which came forwards. However, a third business eventually agreed to take part, and I'll be discussing the experiences of all 3 today. I am aware that time is limited, so I'll begin by providing a brief overview of the situation at each of these affected businesses, and then I'll focus on specific topics, including the origins, symptoms and impacts, infection management, sampling by PHSI, as well as guidance and cleanup, and then follow that up with some recommendations. So the first UK outbreak that I'll be talking about occurred in last year, in 2019, and it was the first outbreak. And it occurred at a site which had several houses on one site. And at this time, the information that was available on the virus was very limited. It was already a cause for concern in the industry, as you all know, and information was being collated by the AHDB, the steering group, which I believe had been formed at that point, as well as by several other parties. The outbreak at Site 1 occurred in young plants in a 6.5 hectare glasshouse, and symptoms of viral infection were later confirmed as tomato brown rugose fruit virus. These symptoms actually developed fairly rapidly on the leaves, but it was spotted on site by the grower there. This was, of course, before the surveillance program had started, so it was up to the grower or the staff to spot the outbreak. Once confirmed, the business notified Plant Health and DEFRA, and the business made the decision to remove the crop early, clean up, and replant. Remember that this outbreak occurred in very young plants, so there'd been no fruit produced and there'd been no de-leafing. The affected area was isolated, and movement within the affected area was limited. And actions such as these, as well as strict hygiene and biosecurity protocols, prevented the outbreak from spreading to any of the other houses on site. And the removal of the young plants will have facilitated this by preventing a large buildup of inoculum on these sites over time. Site 1 had to seek information on the most effective cleanup procedures, including products, rates, and application methods such as foaming and misting, etc. And they were successful in disinfecting their site. And they got this information from sources in the UK and further afield. And following an effective disinfection process, the site was quickly replanted with new plants, and they've had no problems since. And after 12 months of negative testing, it was declared free of tomato brown rugose fruit virus. At site 2, and this is a bit different to site 1, so this is an outbreak that occurred in an overwintered crop which was planted last year. The site includes an 8-hectare house which was split into 2 blocks, one which contained NFT and one which contained substrate. And this building was a new build expansion of an established parent company. And due to unforeseen delays, construction slipped, and site 2 was left with little choice but to introduce their young plants before construction was fully completed. Symptoms, so this isn't an ideal situation for any business. Symptoms developed, and that coincided with the switching on of their LED top lights. And this was unfortunately originally considered to be a physiological effect, and so it wasn't determined to be something else until later on, which allowed the virus to establish for longer before it was detected. And this was found by the statutory program, surveillance program run by Plant Health this year. In heavily infected plants, marketable, there was fruit abortion, but some plants which remained disease-free or perhaps had a low level of infection still produced some marketable fruit, which was sold. However, it had to be sold packaged and could not be sold loose. Similar to site 1, the biosecurity remained tight and infection did not spread to the parent company. So both sites managed to maintain infection in one area. Again, information on the most effective products was sought for disinfection, and the infected blocks were disinfected. It's since been replanted, and no outbreaks have yet been reported, but it was only recently replanted, so I think time will tell in this case. Moving on to site 3, again, a different setup. Site 3 is different to the other 2 sites in that tomatoes are definitely not their main source of income. The outbreak occurred in an old, small 1.2 hectare house, and it's a much more recent outbreak than the other 2. And so the plants have only been removed last week or the week before, so I've got little information to share about their cleanup. This crop was confirmed again infected by the statutory surveillance program run by PHSI. And when they came in, there were absolutely no symptoms whatsoever. So it was quite a shock to the grower at site 3. And then this underlies the importance of the statutory program in identifying infections early. There was an irrigation issue at site 3. A pipe burst, which led to the plants becoming severely wilted, and this caused a trigger of very severe tomato brown rugose fruit virus symptoms. So although there had been no symptoms originally, once this shock happened, very severe symptoms came in, and you can see from the image here on the slide, this is rugose fruit symptoms directly on the fruit, which didn't occur at site 2 and couldn't occur at site 1 where no fruit had been produced. So I'm now going to focus on a few key topics, starting with the origins of the virus. So as Adrian said, the origins of the virus on any site are going to be difficult to establish. Although not naturally vectored by a pest, it's so easily transmitted by mechanical means that it could have originated on young plants, staff, or visitors, or contractors, equipment, or maybe some other unknown means. And then because there is a lag time between symptoms developing after infection, this compounds the problem and makes it harder. Site 1 never established the origin of their virus. It developed on relatively young plants, as I said, so could have come in from propagation. However, other plants at site 1, destined for other glasshouses, did not test positive, suggesting this might not be the case. Visitors and staff, including contractors, are also a likely culprit, and this is how the virus has probably spread in Germany between the grower sites that had it there as a collective, Israel and Jordan, in the year or so it took for it to become endemic in those countries. The origins of the virus at Site 2 are also unclear. However, the situation is different. The construction delayed the crop. With construction delayed, the crop was planted whilst work was underway. And symptoms initially developed in the NFT crop, which was planted first, before spreading into the substrate block. And by the time they pulled out their crop, which was slightly, I'm not changed slides. By the time they pulled out their crop, it had already, they had to pull out their crop slightly early, because it was no longer economical to grow, rather than pulling it out very early like Site 1 did. Symptoms, unfortunately, one of the problems with Site 2 was biosecurity was very compromised. And although best efforts were made to mitigate against this, it's belief for the growers that the virus is probably introduced by a contractor who was working on the site. The decision to plant out the crop at Site 2 during construction was a business decision, partly forced by the age of the young plants, which couldn't be held back at the propagator for any longer. Knowing what they know now and what they've experienced at Site 2, they would have pushed back planting if they could have. And just looking at Site 3 quickly, they have no idea how the virus entered on site, but they believe it's likely to have come in from a visitor or a contractor. But what is clear across all three sites is that introductions continue to occur. And this suggests that this is a weak point for many businesses, and increased efforts need to be made towards identifying points of entry and weaknesses in site biosecurity protocols. Young plants can be tested before arrival, and seed which you source for these young plants should be confirmed to be free of infection as standard. Moving on to symptoms next. So the symptoms have been found to vary considerably by country, variety, and growing conditions. Some varieties show symptoms on the leaves alone, while some show them on the leaves, the fruit, and the stems, even the calyces. And symptoms can range from being initially mild to very severe, and of course, leading to plant death. There were 3 varieties grown at Site 1, and they were all confirmed infected with the virus. However, only one variety showed any symptoms on the leaves at this time, and this was described as a nettling of the head, smaller deformed leaves. These plants were infected at a young age, and they were removed early before there was any fruit production. So it's likely that symptoms could well have developed on the other 2 varieties given time. Now, the development of symptoms on this one variety might suggest to you that it has a greater level of susceptibility. However, this may also be down to the variety becoming infected first, or maybe this variety was less healthy or more stressed than the other 2. So we need to be careful with what conclusions we make about varieties having infections. Similarly, symptoms developed at Site 2, which were also seen at the German outbreaks, with the visibility of more sky in the canopy due to the nettling. Fruit was affected at Site 2, with young fruit aborting in heavily infected plants. As I said earlier, fruit from plants with a lower inoculum load or plants which weren't infected were marketed, but some of the fruit may not necessarily have ripened fully in a low level of infected plants, as they would have done if they had not been infected, but it may still have been marketed. There was some confusion over viral symptoms, which also impacted the time it took for samples to be sent to testing at Sites 1 and 2. Both of these sites chose to inoculate with a mild strain of Pepino mosaic virus, and this was done to protect against a wild-type outbreak of this virus. Symptoms from many viral species are similar, and the infection at these sites was originally attributed to this mild strain Pepino. And so samples weren't necessarily sent for tomato brown rugose virus testing as early as they could have been. Another issue is that is worth considering is plant stress. Now, plant stress has repeatedly been raised as a trigger for onset of more severe symptoms. I learned in Israel it was much worse in the heat of the summer compared with the slightly cooler other periods of the year. And in Turkey, where they have some excessively cold temperatures, they're seeing more severe symptoms come in. The issue or symptoms in several of the German sites which got infected in 2018, those symptoms came through around about this time of year as the light levels were decreasing with shorter day lengths. The outbreak at Site 2 coincided with the switching on of their LED top lights. And before this time, the crop was lit to some extent, but the switch on immediately doubled the light reaching the canopy. And about 7 days afterwards, nettling started to appear in the canopy. This was originally put down to a physiological effect, but the nettling symptoms persisted. The short time it took for the plants to develop these symptoms implies that the plants were already infected with tomato brown rugose fruit virus. And when the symptoms continued, they realized it wasn't a physiological effect, and they were sampled and confirmed positive. And at Site 3, symptoms developed after the sudden irrigation issue, and they were very severe. And it suggests that this was also a trigger that we can consider, and that these plants we already knew through the surveillance program were already infected with tomato brown rugose fruit virus to a moderate to high extent. And when that irrigation happened, it was almost an immediate switch within a few days to very severe symptoms. And you can see here with the rugose symptoms on the fruit. So it's not always going to be easy to say avoid stressing your plants, because that's not a fair thing to say because you don't intend to do it. But just be aware if you do see some strange symptoms after your plants are stressed, it may not necessarily be a physiological thing. It might be down to the virus. Looking at PHSI sampling guidance, the infection at Site 1 developed before the surveillance program started, so it was actually found by the grower. But this year, PHSI did sample from this site, and combined with additional testing from the business, it has been declared free of the virus this year. As soon as the outbreak was confirmed at the site, Plant Health were made aware and allowed to collect and send samples off for confirmation. During this time, there wasn't a whole lot of information and guidance which was able to be given to this site, but this wasn't a fault of Plant Health. It was just more of a consequence of the time, and that not a lot of information was available. However, considerably more information is now available, and that includes the pest-specific plant health response plan, which is shown on the slide there. And also we've got more information coming through the sources from abroad for the AHDB funded work, such as this and Adrian's work, and also through the steering group. Site 2 was initially hesitant to allow Plant Health onto their site through fear of them accidentally introducing the virus. And they sampled themselves following the procedure which was provided to them by PHSI. And they took samples at shoulder height. However, once these returned positive for the virus, the officers were allowed on site to collect samples to reconfirm infection. And then PHSI reviewed their protocols and their practices and allowed the sale of packaged fruit from Site 2, but there was a notice put on the pack house. Site 2 also sent samples to a European laboratory for testing, and they were requested to sample tissue from the heads of the plants rather than at shoulder height, like PHSI had suggested. They were a bit concerned about this because they were worried which one is the best sampling technique, and perhaps this needs to be investigated further. However, if it is being transmitted by touch, it's likely that the base of the plants is where it's going to be infected. But ultimately, both of these sampling techniques gave positive results. But if there was a very, very low level of inoculum, maybe one would be better than the other because you'd risk false negatives. Moving on to cleanup. Limited information, as I said, was available to Site 1 as to the most effective disinfection products to use, and they had to source information from UK chemical companies from the AHDB, and they also sourced it from further afield. And thankfully, the procedures they used were effective, but little independent research was available on their effectiveness. But that work is now being done. The plants were removed and disposed of, including all debris, before disinfection started. Site 1 used contractors to remove their infected plants, and these were sent to landfill. Whereas Site 2 got an exemption order, they removed the plants themselves, they baled them up, and they incinerated them on site. Both businesses used a wide variety of products, which included hydrogen peroxide and sodium hypochlorite, which they used at a variety of rates and at different applications and different methods, such as spray and fogs. And they also replaced as much of the equipment as they could inside, including the polythene, the irrigation lines, the laces. And thankfully, as I said, Site 1 was successful in eradicating the virus from their site, and Site 2 have had no repeat symptoms since they've replanted recently, but only time will tell to see if they've been successful, and it will take a year before they can be declared officially free of tomato brown rugose fruit virus. And Site 3 have only just removed their plants, so we'll have to keep on monitoring them to see where they go. After disinfection for both, they have been replanted, so that's good. Site 1 has continued to use elements of their cleanup process, which they used to eradicate the virus last year, but they have chosen not to replicate this exactly in their standard clean down process, and this is because it might be a bit overkill, but if they do have infections in the future, they know they've got a comprehensive cleanup process, which will hopefully continue to eradicate the virus in the future. So in summary, cleanup at sites 1 and 2 so far appear to have been effective. This is positive news, as it implies that even should an infection occur, it is possible to come back from it, so long as the right processes are followed. It might be a series of unfortunate events which led to the infection occurring at Site 2. However, the infection never spread to the parent site, despite them sharing a pack house. Similarly, the infection never spread from the infected glasshouse on Site 1 to the rest of the site. So this implies that biosecurity at these sites is sufficient to stop spread, but unfortunately, it wasn't good enough to prevent introductions occurring, and this, I think, is an important place to focus our efforts on in the future. So just to finish up with some recommendations, review and update your hygiene biosecurity protocols. That's always good advice. We're coming to the end of the season for many of you, so now is a good time to look through the information that we've gathered this year and make some changes that might improve what you've already got in place. Focus on preventing the virus entry onto sites. As I said, that obviously occurred at all 3 affected sites, but that is still a problem, and we need to identify and address weak points where we can. Continue to look for symptoms: nettled heads, aborted fruit, more sky in the canopy. Remember, don't take your foot off the pedal now. This was the time of year that several of those German sites started to see symptoms, so just keep your eyes peeled and keep looking. Remember that no symptoms doesn't mean no infection is present, and especially from the example of Site 3, where no infection was seen until they had that severe stress to the crop. And so avoid severely stressing your plants if you can. But if in doubt, please test. Don't assume it's going to be the Pepin V mild strain, I should say there, or physiological shock. If you're at all concerned, it's probably a wiser choice just to send a sample off for testing in advance. And test plants before coming onto site, just as an assurance. And as has been said before today, know who you're inviting onto site. Do your visitors or do your contractors need to be there? Can you meet elsewhere? Do they need to go into that area? What are they wearing? Are you supplying them with clothing? Where have they been already? Are they coming first thing? Have they been to another production site? Ask these questions because it is so easily transmitted by touch. Plan in advance how to dispose of the crop in case you do have an infection. If you are going to send it to landfill, make sure you don't dump it outside on the ground. Place it in a skip, preferably a covered skip, and get rid of it soon. Be careful if you've got other crops in place, how you remove that crop, so that you don't risk spreading it to other houses. Perhaps consider getting an exemption like Site 2 so that you can burn it and get rid of it on site. And then obviously use the correct disinfectants at the right rate and the right application method. There'll be more information about these in the report, hopefully. But if you don't do it properly, it's almost like there's no point in doing it at all. And finally, train your staff. They are so key, and they need to understand the risks of this virus and how easily it's spread and the symptoms and what to look out for, because it's hard to get around a whole crop as a grower, and symptoms the disease can still come in after the surveillance program's completed. So it's really important to get your staff up to date on how to check for this virus and what to do. And I think that's it. So just a few acknowledgements. Thank you to the contributing growers, because obviously this information would have been very useful to you a year or so ago, but by providing it to share to the industry, hopefully you will really help others, which is very kind. Also, thank you to AHDB Horticulture for funding the work, and the members of the AHDB Tomato Brown Rugose Fruit Virus Steering Group, and everyone who's contributed over the last year, because that's been really useful for making sure that I ask the right questions and that we get as much useful information out there as possible. Thank you.
Dave, thank you very much indeed for that, and a great thank you to you for your involvement in the steering group right from the year, as you've just said. Complacency, if it's one word, you cannot, any of us across the world, be complacent with this disease, can we, at any point, particularly as you say, it can be asymptomatic, which isn't helpful. Brilliant, thank you again for that, David. Okay, so now we're going to start our question and Q&A session on this virus. We have had lots of questions in it. What I'm going to try and do is perhaps bring questions together so we can have one answer to more than one question. So if I miss any answers or any of your questions, I apologise in advance. I would steer you towards the TGA and or towards the AHDB. You know, if you don't get your question answered now, or you have another question, please email us, let us know, because only by talking and communicating do we solve this problem. Okay, guys, are we ready? Yeah, I think we've got some smiles. Thanks, Bart. Okay, I'm going to start in random, and my computer's just gone blank, which is really helpful. Great. I think we answered this question earlier. I think it was Adrian that answered it. Is raguse present in recirculated water? And if so, can it be affected up from the roots? Is that a question we know the answer to yet, Adrian?
It's not a question we have a definitive answer for. So, as part of our outbreak follow-up, we did do some testing on irrigation systems at some of the outbreak sites, and at those sites we did detect the presence of virus within the irrigation water. We know from other Tabamo viruses that the virus can remain active, certainly long enough in water courses, even on environmental water courses. Other Tabamo viruses can remain active long enough to go between crops, and they can act as a sort of infection for other plants. And we also know that for things like Pepino mosaic virus and PSTVD, spindle tuber virus. So I think whilst we don't have a definitive answer, I would say it's certainly something that would need to be considered. And certainly I think as part of a clean down procedure post-outbreak, it's something that would need to really be taken into consideration in terms of how you'd clean out that irrigation system. Yeah,
thanks very much for that, Adrian. And that follows on from the work that you said that we're doing with the sterilisation project at the moment. Changing tack slightly, and I'm sorry for whistling through, but trying to get through as many questions as I can. Someone's asked here, do we welcome international grower collaboration in the UK? The answer is absolutely yes. How to get in touch? Get in touch with the TGA Tech through the TGA website, and get in touch with the AHDB colleagues in exactly the same way, i.e. the AHDB website. So yeah, any problems, come back to me or any members of the steering group directly, and we'll put you in touch. More information, more collaboration, definitely the better on this one. And that links to another question here, which is saying that this is obviously a global issue. So are there any other international projects? Obviously, we've heard about Next Strain from Bart earlier. That can increase this collaboration. Maybe it's one for you, Bart. Have you heard, other parts of the world?
Well, so definitely in terms of diagnostics, we have some projects ongoing to compare different diagnostic tests that are currently in use, to what extent they are fit for purpose. Also, there is different bilateral projects that are undergoing, and some of the, you might say, key players in the plant health field are trying to organize and communicate about these results. The European Reference Lab of Plant Virology is also playing a role in that, and the European Phytosanitary Research Cooperation, UFRESCO, is also playing a role in that. So, and I think for each and every one of us that is trying to get on board on these initiatives, make sure to contact either through your growers associations, through your MPPO labs, in the UK, FERA. So, and then you would be able to get together in those projects.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bart. I knew you were the man for that question. I mean, slightly different tack here. A couple of questions linking to seed. We've been asked here, do we think the virus, it can be stopped by the seed industry investing in seed treatments? I mean, is it on the seed coat? Is there any point in doing that? Or are we saying that actually it's transmitted in the endosperm anyway, so you can't actually, treating the seed wouldn't help? What do we think, guys? Who wants to jump in on that one?
I'll pick that one up, Phil, if I have
Thank
to.
you, Adrian.
Okay, so I think, as far as we're aware, the best information we have is that it's seed coat contamination carried. But as we've shown from our work, given how robust the virus is, things like heat treatment, you'll be at a point where your seed is no longer viable if you've heated it enough to actually kill the virus. So that kind of approach probably won't be 100%. And as we're seeing, again, not all the disinfectants are 100% effective. But I think taking the kind of measures that are within the EU measures and combining those with quality control systems that many seed companies have in place already, so linking together mother plant testing with seed screening, with then testing propagation plant, and then you're layering up your testing. Because again, inspection can see many more plants than testing, but it can't see the symptomless stuff. Testing tells you what's there, but it doesn't give you 100% guarantee because you can't test everything. So by combining these as a multi-layered approach, you can get somewhere near effective control. Will we ever get 100% control through that? I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian, for that. I think I agree with your points there. For maybe a question that perhaps that David might be able to jump on here. Do you think there's any difference between varieties? In what you've seen going around, is there any vital differences, or do you think it's just if it's tomatoes, it's tomatoes?
I think the sample size is too small that we've got at the moment. There were some varieties which were growing both at site 1 and site 2, but of course site 1, they got bought out or taken out early before we even had fruit, or before we had fruit. But site 2, there may have been some symptoms on the fruit. I don't know whether it's going to be. I think all varieties are likely to get it. We'll get it as we believe. But site 3, for example, had very severe symptoms because of their irrigation issue, and I question if that was a different variety, you would probably have seen similar. I can't guarantee it, but you've probably seen similar symptoms. So I think the viral load and the maybe any stress or symptom, any stress or lack of plant health, I suppose, in those varieties will be the thing that causes the differences in symptoms to be seen. So I wouldn't say that varieties, and I would say that all varieties are going to get it, but there will be differences in varieties based on either the health or the condition those varieties are grown in, or the viral load.
Yeah, so avoiding stress is a key one, isn't it?
And just to pick up, Phil, from what Dave was saying, we know that there's certainly a seed company that's been covered in the horticultural press that are running trials with a tolerant variety, but I think that's still very early days, and what we don't know is how that tolerance would be bred across into usable commercial varieties for the UK production, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, sort of steer that question slightly also towards Bart. I mean, do you have any experience in a similar way in Holland? We sort of the question has been asked of me here is that A, do you have those variety changes that you've noticed at outbreaks in Holland, and is that information that you could share with everybody else so that we can sort of try and build up that knowledge?
So at least what we found was that from the samples that were taken that tested positive, that we didn't really see any association for certain varieties towards certain genotypes of the virus. And actually, so by mind, we have approximately 18 varieties or something that were included in this sampling strategy that tested positive, and actually quite a few of those were also asymptomatic. So, yeah, that really adds to the problem, I think, in recognizing presence at an early stage. So really, as part of this follow-up survey, also asymptomatic material was sampled, and virus was found present in at least some of those.
Yeah, asymptomatic is a real challenge, isn't it? I mean, how many cases have you found in Holland this year? Sorry if you've already said that in your presentation.
Yeah, so by the end of November last year, we had 17 companies, and currently we have 20 companies at which the virus is verified to be present.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, just scanning through the questions here. A couple for Bart have been steered towards you, Bart. Have you found any correlation between? Sorry, I've asked you that question. Do you see any differences between various groups in relation to symptom expression? So, does it matter which group, or or are they all equally bad?
Well, so for that we would have too little data, really, because the number of combinations that we have sampled with varieties times viral variety times what type of symptom that was observed, those combinations, there's many different combinations that are included in this analysis. So really too little repetitions to make any to draw any conclusions for any particular combination. And also not always was it very clear whether or not there were certain symptoms. So of course you have to see that these surveys, of course, there's a lot of samples to be taken, and of course everything is documented very rigorously, but there's several layers between the phytosanitary inspector, the lab doing the first line of diagnostics before the NPPO lab gets the samples and includes this in the analysis. So of course we try to get all the information and photos and images if possible, but yeah, of course also these phytosanitary inspectors have to comply to very strict phytosanitary to avoid any type of contact with cameras or telephones or whatever during sampling. So
yeah, you make a very good point there. You could say that the inspectors are one of the most dangerous people that you could ever have in your nursery, but also the most necessary because they need to know. Quick question for either Adrian or Dave. We'll give Bart a rest for a second. I'm assuming the answer to this question is yes, but have all the details of the UK isolates been shared with Bart and his colleagues on the next strain project? presuming that is the case. Yeah.
Nod
will do. Yeah.
The one full length one we have so far is actually in the next strain study so far, and we're working on the others at the moment. We're just waiting for sequencing time to add those in.
Brilliant, yeah, because it's key that we exchange information in both directions, isn't it, everybody? So and across the globe, so anybody else that's listening that's not based in Europe, we want as much information as we possibly get to everybody. So thank you for that. Good question here. Sorry, go on, Bart, jump in.
Yeah, no, so because indeed it's true. So there's much more sequence data out there than what we could have included in the build currently, but because also that many of those sequences only represent a small portion of the entire virus genome. And so if labs still have access, for instance, to their RNA extracts from the original sample and are willing to share that with us for us to sequence and to generate the sequence data and include it in the build, that would be fine for us as well.
Yeah, absolutely, fully support that. Thank you, Bart. Quick question, slightly different subject here. What's the relationship, do we think, between LED lights and the symptom development? Do we know information yet, or is it too soon to tell? Like you said earlier, Dave, it was definitely a trigger, probably, at case 2. Sorry, case 2.
Yeah,
is that true?
I'm not sure what the relationship is at the moment, or I think we'd need more information. But at site 2, there was that what we believe to be a trigger switching on the LED top lights, but that might have been because up until that point the light levels were relatively low, and then you doubled that light, which caused that sudden shock. But if the light levels were much more consistent with the LED switched on all the time, then we may not have seen those symptoms develop.
Yeah, so you say more linked to a stress event than probably than particularly light related.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I getting nods from the other two gentlemen there? Would you agree with that, guys? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll move on. Thank you. Slightly different question. I don't think I want to grab this one, but I've been asked here: are there any outbreaks we're aware of in Spain and Morocco? Who wants to grab that one?
Certainly.
Go for it, Adrian. Thank you.
Certainly, there have been outbreaks reported from Spain. As to the current status of those, we're not sure, but there were outbreaks reported earlier in the year. I've not heard from Morocco as an official outbreak, certainly. But the best place to get the information on the latest status of outbreaks is via the EPO website, and they have a thing called the EPO Global Database. And on there, there's current up-to-date information about where all running outbreaks are and where there may be reports that haven't been confirmed as well.
Brilliant. Thank you, Adrian. A couple more questions, and I'll let you go and have a cup of tea. Bart, one for you. Have you collected isolates in the next strain work that might have thrown up any mild strains? Like we have the mild strain for the Papillion mosaic. Is that something that you might be a control measure going forward, do you think, or is it too early to tell at the moment?
I think that would be too early to tell, and also from a genomic point of view, that's not something that we would be able to tell. So one interesting observation that we do have is that via import inspections that we sequenced a complete genome from a tomato seed lot from Peru, which has a genotype which is completely different from the variations that we've seen so far. And this might also shed some light on the origin of the virus, because there's a lot of focus on Jordan, Israel, since first the virus was reported from those areas. This might simply be a first, the place where it was reported first, and not really represent the center of origin of the virus. So that's an intriguing thought that we really hope to further look into. But of course, for that we need more sequence data from more origins.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's sort of Sorry, Dave, you want to go in?
Just to add to the original question, I met with a mild strain producer of Pepino last year on the study tour trips, and they are looking into a tomato brown rugose fruit virus mild strain. However, they've got to find it first, and secondly, it takes X amount of years before you can get it regulated. And then it's just a race between, does resistance get bred in commercially before that?
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Dave. That's at least a little bit of a chink of light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps a last question here, which is, are there more sources mentioned in other countries? Adrian, you spoke in your presentation about sources of infection. Are there any others, thinking of other crops, weird and wonderful exotic crops that might be an infection risk? Anybody want to grab that one, or was that one, that potato particularly too hot?
No, I think, the whole question on a much bigger scale, the whole question about virus reservoirs and certainly wild relatives is an interesting one. We know that experimentally brown rugose fruit will go into at least one solanaceous weed, and I think it'll also go into petunia hybrids as well. But I probably wouldn't recommend wiping out petunias just to save the tomato crop. That might make us unpopular with other areas of horticulture. And I think we've always got to be careful, given the limited information we have, drawing too many conclusions at this stage. And I think there are certainly, through the Ufresco network that Bart was talking about earlier, there's a future project to look at baselining presence of virus in wild reservoirs. So it will be interesting to actually see whether we can bring something like brown rugose fruit into that kind of work, so we can get much better information about the potential range of natural hosts.
Brilliant. Thank you, Adrian. Gentlemen, thank you all for your fantastic presentations on what is one of the most threatening diseases I've known in my career in the tomato industry. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for answering your questions and putting up with some of the way I asked them as well. I apologise for that. And I look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. And I just want to say, well, I've got this platform. Anybody else that's listening around the world, please let's keep in touch with each other and make sure we work together to solve this problem. Thank you again. Okay, we're now in a moment going to have our last 10-minute comfort break. Same story again. Please make sure you come out of this session, back to the all sessions tab, as you can see on the screen there, and go back into the final session. To make sure you can put any questions to our keynote speaker, who is Professor David Hughes. Anybody that's ever heard him speak elsewhere, you know he's a wonderful speaker. So make sure you get your cup of coffee or your cup of tea quickly and get back to make sure you don't miss him, because he really is an excellent orator. So I look forward to that. Please take this opportunity to navigate around the conference platform. There's some really interesting content that's been developing as we've been talking. Don't worry if you didn't get a chance to look at everything in the conference platform this time. It will be available for 3 months post-event, so you can revisit the content and connect with the sponsors, etc., exhibitors, and other attendees, of course, and delegates. We'll be back. We're going to have a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 10 to 4. Sorry, again, 10 to 3 even, 10 to 3 with the last session of the conference. Make sure you, don't forget, I'll say it one more time, make sure you come out of this session and go back into the 4th session so you can ask questions of Professor David Hughes in the last keynote address. See you all very soon. Thanks very much indeed.
leave the student.
Go. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the slightly longer conference break than planned. We had a few technical issues on the organising connection to the very last speaker. Hopefully it's sorted now. Hope you've taken the extra long time to have a look at the visitor sponsors and trade stand pages, etc., and getting to know your other attendees while you were waiting. If you haven't opened the video via the keynote speaker David Hughes session, last time I'm going to say this time, make sure you close the session you're in, go back to all sessions, and then click on the last session, the keynote speaker session. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave David any questions and you won't get involved in the last section of the conference. I'm delighted to introduce Professor David Hughes, who will talk us through the big challenge and the opportunity of fresh tomatoes. However, before David speaks to us, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Botanicoya, for very kindly sponsoring our keynote speaker today. And we're just going to hear a very quick 30-second video from Botanicoya. Thank you.
The support Botanicoya bring to their product and their brand is world class. When we put an order in, no matter how detailed or bespoke or personalised it is, Botanicoya meet that requirement, and it humbles me to think that you do it to such a standard with such professionalism.
Hi, David. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I didn't know.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's all right.
Phew.
Was worried about the technology then for a second. We've got it sorted. Yeah, Professor David Hughes, welcome to the British Tomato Growers Association Conference 2020 for our keynote address. Hand over to you.
Great. I'm delighted to be here. I mean, originally I was going to be the after-dinner speaker, which would have suited me better because anybody listening to me would have been well liquored up by then and in a good mood irrespective. But, you know, it is what it is. So I'm sitting in my study on the Welsh border. I've got a flag at the back of me, which is the flag of GB. I should point out that I'm not a member of the British National Party. I'm just proud to be British. There we go. So straight in, lots to get through. And I know for those who are interested, if you want to see the individual slides, you can always sort of grab them off the website and you'll be told how to do that. So straight into it, off we go. And, you know, I like to start off talking about the big global picture. And here we are, we're part of 7.8 billion, a world of 7.8 billion. And a reminder to me of that we're so tiny. Here's the UK, less than 1% of the total population. You know, we know that, but what's the relevance of that? Because we're just joining at least the wider world from a trade sense, and which is frightening, but it's also sort of full of opportunity. But while I'm here, just to point out that, you know, our world is largely African and Asian, that if I add up the percentages there, that 3/4 of the population of the world are either in Asia or Africa. And actually, if we move forward 30 years, that Asia proportionately declines because of the strong growth of Africa. It's astonishing. A sub-Saharan African population will double over the next 20, 30 years. Never sure if that's a sort of brilliant opportunity or if it's a social problem, but I guess we'll find that out. So on we go to the sort of stark reality of where we are right now. I was putting some slides up just to try and be current. Tuesday. So Tuesday on the left-hand side, this was the headlines of some principal papers. Boris only United Front will halt virus, slammed into reverse, pubs closed, the second shutdown begins. It's scary. And indeed it is. You know, if you look at COVID-19 cases in the UK yesterday, they're as high as they were at their height in the peak of the first wave, because clearly we're into some sort of second wave. And if I looked at going back to April, where I first started talking about COVID-related things and the impact on the food industry, initially we got that sort of perhaps naive view that there would be a V-type shape to the curve, that we knew we were going to go down, but we would rebound, and then come 2021, we'd be up and running again. But clearly that isn't the case. OECD even then was saying it might be a W, so up, down, up again, and then a second wave, so down. But actually, I think we're more likely to be handling a W with hiccups, a series of sort of ups and downs, hopefully the ups and downs getting less and less as we move along. So we have to cope with that from an economic point of view, from a social point of view, from every point of view. But the double whammy is that in a month or so, we've got the Brexit. And, if there's a no deal Brexit, then that will be the double whammy, because the expectation is that that will exaggerate, aggravate, if you will, the W with hiccups. It's scary. However, let's move on. I think if you look at what's the impact of all this on our business, on the food industry, we have to say, when will we come out? And so I'm not a great one with figures, but here we go. Economic recovery times for G20 countries, so for the big boys and girl countries. And here are the 20. If we look straight on the right-hand side to the UK, the expectation is that if we're lucky, actually, by the end of 2023, so in a good 2 years, we may claw our way back to where we were at the end of 2019. Some countries will get there quicker. For example, Germany, a good year earlier than us. Some will take longer. A suggestion that perhaps Italy will be a full year further than we are. Why is this important? Because the state of household income is hugely important to purveyors of everything, but not least food. And so the sooner we can get back to where we were before the pandemic, the better it is from a food purchasing behavior point of view. But we don't really know. So I embrace 20th century American philosopher. It's Yogi Berra. It ain't over till it's over. And we don't know when it's over. Oh dear. So let's move on. I think that how people respond, how they react to food purchasing, just their consumption behavior in general, how they handle their household will depend on their perception of the experiences they had as they went through COVID-19. And I've just put 3 examples up here: Japan, Germany, and the UK. So the shapes of the curves don't differ substantially. I mean, it's interesting in Japan that they had, if you will, a mini peak to start, and then actually back in August, their second peak was substantially larger. But still, it's all small relative to Europe, for example. So a total cases, about 80,000 cases in Japan. They're a population of 126 million. They're a huge country. Deaths, 1,500. Now, let's contrast that with our own performance, if you will, where there's 42,000 deaths and 400,000 cases. There's an astonishing difference. And actually, what I like to look at, when I'm feeling sad, is the deaths per million. So in Japan, it's 12 per million from COVID-19. In the UK, it's 600 plus. And in the middle there is Germany. If you stand on a chair, you can see Germany from the south coast of England, yet their performance, if you will, in COVID-19 is substantially better and would have been easier to manage than our own. So what's my point? My point is, I think, particularly in the UK, that we will be much more sensitive about, for example, going out to eat. That the whole aspect of food service, of leaving the home, is perhaps appears more terrifying because of experiences we've had as we've gone through COVID-19. We've had it pretty rough. As a result, we will be particularly conservative, I would suggest. Whereas, move on to Japan, where it's the oldest country from a population age point of view. You'd have expected that the impact of COVID would have been particularly harsh, and it hasn't been at all, and that they are much more likely to say, let's return to some sort of normal. So I think you'll see a sustained period where we'll be very nervous about going out, very nervous about returning to restaurants, etc. And of course, that has implications for the food economy. I mean, and just quickly, because it'd be intriguing to see as we move into this second wave whether we'll repeat this, was what did we rush to buy? If you think back to, was it March 21st? And suddenly we wanted comfort foods, old favorites, storables, indulgent snacks, staples, value price protein. And that wasn't just in the UK, it was right across the world. Just same sort of performance. In Asia, for example, they were more likely to race out and buy noodles or rice, whereas we were in for spaghetti, anything that we could store. Australia, New Zealand, very much the same as the UK. And we may see that repeated. Just make sure you're stocked up in toilet paper, for God's sake. What that was about, I'm not quite sure. And also, I mean, just to put perhaps a smile on our face, we went bonkers for home-baked bread. Particularly sourdough, for goodness sake. And was that only the Guardian readers? Well, no, I was sort of amused to see that the Keighley News had a special recipe for sourdough, perfect during coronavirus lockdown. But just to get you on my better side, I just put in my own lockdown home roasted tomato recipe. I was home. I mean, last year I was 300 days of the year traveling, and suddenly I'm locked in. I have hardly been out of the house in 7 months. And so I've gone back to the kitchen, and I've, even before knowing I'd be talking with you guys, I've had a tomato moment. So what did I buy? 1.5 kilos of loose on the vine toms, 650 grams of salad tomatoes, drizzle of olive oil, salt and pepper, good shake of dried oregano, or oregano as we say. Cut the toms into 6 into a baking tray, and then because we're of a certain age and a certain income, in they go to the Aga. 45 minutes in the top oven, 8 hours in the slow cooking bottom oven. And what was the result? Delicious homemade end result for mixing in with pasta. That's been fabulous for us. Every 3 weeks I do this. I buy an extra 2 kg of tomatoes. And it's worked out really well. It would help you guys, I'm quite sure, if 21.5 million households did the same sort of thing. Moving on. So what were the changes? What have you seen, the big changes in our industry? And so let's start at retail. And we all know this sort of move towards online shopping. In part, we were forced to do it. But was this a British thing? No, right across the world again. Doesn't matter, Australia, the US, Canada, certainly in Asia, big countries, China, of course, where it was huge, Malaysia, smaller countries, again, huge. And so suddenly it was an acceleration of an existing trend where, because we were locked in and because we saw the advantages of ordering online, suddenly we accelerated the proportion. What I should point out, though, if you follow the press, it would seem that the world is just doing all their grocery shopping online. Actually, in the UK, we moved from 7% of groceries being bought online to about 13%. So still far and away, the largest part of our shopping is in traditional supermarkets, which are on the wane, and they're struggling to maintain their market share. And they're going to be pushed more and more by online. Moving on. Who else did well? Actually, again, around the world, were the local smaller stores. Here we are, Nisa Local, which is having had a brilliant period during the lockdown. 3 out of 5 consumers using more local shops to support them during lockdown. In part, again, that was convenience, but also in part it made us sort of feel good that they were part of the local community. We started to actually understand the contribution they made. And again, it doesn't matter if you're in Canada, the US, or right around Asia, it's exactly the same. So you've seen that growth of online and growth of convenience retailing. And actually, there's a huge amount happening globally in the convenience store sector. I've just put in, for example, in China, JD.com, which is like a Alibaba, like an Amazon, if you will, but also has physical stores. And they've rolled out a mini convenience store concept. In the US, about a month ago, DoorDash. DoorDash is the sort of American Deliveroo, if you will, or Just Eat, So it was in the business, or is in the business, the biggest player in the restaurant meal delivery business, has now put a mini distribution center online. So essentially there is a convenience store online. Why would I even bother to mention this? Because you've got to say, are our products, if this is a trend, if we'll see more and more of it in our own country, are we represented in that channel? I think as we move increasingly towards omni-channel, to multi-channels, it's sort of looking at our strategy for retail and saying, are we well represented in those emerging channels which are increasingly important? Moving on. Actually, the big thing in Asia, where I do a lot of work, has been the decline, not the demise, but the decline of wet markets. So those great traditional fresh fruit and vegetable and fresh meat markets, which are now struggling and increasingly will be under government regulation. Expect to see in Asia, not that we're exporters there, but to increasing importance of non-traditional retail channels, because I think that wet market is going to decline very, very fast. Did hard discounters do well during that sort of very difficult period? Well, actually in the UK, no, not particularly, because they didn't have a good online shopping offer. But post-COVID, as we move out of this dreadful pandemic, I think they're going to do astonishingly well. And again, I mean, the Aldis, the Lidls of this world are just everywhere. Aldi in particular, well represented in Australia, where they've done astonishingly well. They're an excellent retailer in the US. We know what they do in the UK. Of course, they're German by design, where they have a fabulous position. Well, so what? But I think that sort of growth of hard discounting is really important to us. Why? Because hard discount is low everyday price. And look at the impact it's had on, say, a player like Tesco. Tesco, for many of its KVIs, for its key value items, those items that consumers keep in their head the price of, and they sort of use that to measure the relative price performance of competitors in food retailing. So here's Tesco with their Aldi price match on about 1,500 different items, including fresh produce. So here we've got Nightingale Farm cherry tomatoes, Aldi price match. On the vine, Nightingale again, Aldi price match. And when I look at those prices, particularly as I get an opportunity to look around the world at prices for produce in many, many countries, they're astonishingly low. Sometimes it's almost like a free gift. And you can see that pressure that hard discounters have had and will have on retail prices and therefore on supplier margins. And, you know, we know this well, for goodness sake. I just pulled this slide from the last Christmas, where when I saw Marks and Spencer's, purportedly a premium retailer, having its own essentially Super 6, selling produce at 40p. Here's Aldi at 29 and 19p. I thought, how low can you go? Then Lidl comes in with 15p, and then Jack's, which of course is the Tesco hard discount, mini discounter, if you will, with 13p. Really, how low can you go? So if supermarkets did relatively well during that difficult period, not least because we had no other option, what did badly, we all know this, is food service. And it was devastating, absolutely devastating. I know to my personal cost, I'm a co-owner of 2 restaurants in Devon with my youngest son. But from a farmer point of view, you could see the impact it had on milk being thrown away, actually fruit and vegetables suffering, although it wasn't our fruit season in the UK, but certainly from a vegetable point of view, there were issues. And that hasn't gone away. And you can see that right now. I was just looking at some data out of my Saturday comic, which is The Economist, office workers, days working from home. And it turns out that if you look across Europe, that Britain, that we are proportionally much more likely to be still working at home and to want to work at home. And then you look at that impact that it has, particularly on the food to go market. So, you know, food to go, it's the Pretz of this world, McDonald's, and it's anywhere where you can just go quickly, get what you want for your breakfast, lunch, or even dinner. and leave. But this little the slide shows the COVID impact on city business districts. So within 5 minutes walk of the Economist headquarters, which is very much in central London, there are like 5 Pretz, 2 Itsus, a Wasabi, a McDonald's, a Five Guys, Leon, Paul, the French bakers, and they're largely empty. And that food to go market, where tomatoes have their place, last year it was £20 billion sterling. That was the value of food to go. And this year it will be 10 billion, like halved. It's astonishing. Very, very difficult. So does that mean that food to go or restaurant, the food service end of the business, is doomed? Well, no. And what is intriguing, and you can see the growth of restaurant delivery platforms in the UK, but also right across the world too. And what we've been seeing is astonishing concentration in restaurant delivery platforms right around the world. In the US, for example, DoorDash, remember that's the one I mentioned, has just set up an online convenience store, has 45%, I mean close to half of all meals that are ordered from restaurants online are via DoorDash. And Grubhub is number 2, and it's just been bought by Just Eat, which we know in Europe, it's actually a Dutch firm, but it's really Dutch-British. And in our own market, if you take the Deliveroos, the Just Eats, the Uber Eats of this world, then increasingly they're dominating that restaurant meal delivery. I think that's important because, again, got to look at your product and say, are we well enough represented in that regard? Are we taking advantage of what's happening in essentially what is, yes, we're going to eat out, but we're going to eat out in. So we'll go to our favorite restaurants, but for the moment, we'll just have it sent home. And as I say, that's not a British thing. It's right around the world. China, where I've worked, not this year, unfortunately, but 2 companies in that huge country, 2 companies dominate restaurant delivery. One is Elimi, which is owned by Alibaba, and the other is Meituan. And Meituan, this is, whenever you look at China, it just knocks you flat on your backside. Meituan has 750,000 drivers at its disposal. That is on motorbikes or scooters to deliver right across China. It's astonishing. So will the coronavirus pandemic, will they make us all germaphobes? Well, probably not, but it's certainly a contactless food industry that people want. Whatever we buy, we want to buy without touching anybody's hands and just tap our card if we can. There are implications, as I point out on the right, to the way we eat. So I think to a large extent, it's sort of bye-bye buffets, isn't it? You don't want to touch anything that you think somebody else has touched. And so particularly for food cultures where meals are shared, Asia, where it's just common for 8 dishes to be in the center of the table and we also share it, but same in Italy. And you're seeing that changing. It's, has a dramatic impact on food culture. So also, again, during that difficult time, home is and was the hub. It's for living and working. More home cooking. Well, certainly we indulged in snacking. It's one of the more sort of amusing things that we all promised ourselves that we would eat much more healthily. And then when you look at the data, what did we go out and buy more of? Ice cream, sausage, eggs, and bacon. Anything in a packet with salt on, like chips, crisps. But did we cook more? Yes, we did. And I think we extended our meal repertoires. But it's not so much scratch cooking as my mum would have defined it. It's more like meal component assembly when we wanted to buy things that were convenient and like bolt them together, and then we've created the meal. So as ever, and actually tomatoes do very well in this regard, we want to buy things that are convenient to buy, to prepare, to consume, and then dispose of anything that's left over. And also what we learned through COVID-19, I mean, we're still going through it, for God's sake, is we had a much better feel for how much food we waste. And of course, what we found is we waste a great deal. If you look in the UK at total food wastage, then 70%, 70% is in the home. And when we were locked in, we just had a better, we could measure, we could see the amount of food that we were buying, that we consumed, and then that we had failed to eat. And so Brits have cut food waste with their lockdown larders. And I think that will continue. Actually, it's something government is trying to encourage too, of course. So, but what intrigues me about COVID-19 is that it's accelerated some trends and actually decelerated others. But one area which has certainly been accelerated is this focus on and concern about the environment and sustainability, however consumers might wish to define that. And I say this notion of climate-friendly and planet-friendly diets is gaining substantial traction. We saw that pre-COVID, not least through the young woman on the right, I won't be silenced when the world is on fire. I mean, that was only back at the end of February in Bristol, close to where I live actually, where Greta stood up and addressed a huge mass rally. I mean, there's a woman of 17 or 18, she's still 17, I think. She's hugely influential. She's also a bit bloody irritating, but she's influential. And is this a European sort of high income thing, this concern about climate friendly diets? No, right across the world, wherever I go. Students doing exactly the same across Asia, saying there's no planet B, we've got to solve the problem at home. I think that creates a real opportunity for us moving. And is it just children? Is it just our children and grandchildren or Greens fanatics? Not at all. Look, plant-based diets, the UN is saying is key in tackling climate change. And our own government saying we need to cut meat and dairy intake by a fifth. That was back at the beginning of the year. And again, what does this reflect? It's a growing concern by consumers. And I think it was accelerated by COVID-19, our experiences, because when we were locked in, we actually worked out that we could control, to some extent, the impact that we had on the environment. I mean, do you remember? I mean, I can when, you woke up, there was no traffic on the roads, you could hear the birds, you could hear the damn birds. And what's more, if you lived in major cities, which I don't, but the pollution levels were right down. Yes, we can control this. What are we going to do about this going forward? And it's reflected in all the survey work I see. Here we go, done, relatively recently, better part of 4 out of Brits plan to buy more green or sustainable produce. What they mean by that, that's another matter, but it's important to them. And it's clearly an opportunity for us, because if you look at the flood, it's a flood, tsunami of research that's coming out on health and environmental impacts of various food, then if you happen to be in fresh produce, then you're particularly well placed. Here we are, Diets for a Better Future, very influential, came out 2 months ago, whenever it was. Where are we being the fresh produce industry? We are seen to have a low, a positive impact on health and not a negative impact on the environment. It's the poor men and women in the red meat industry that are taking most of the flack, but that's for another talk, I would suggest. So we're well placed there. And what we can see coming, certainly across Europe, whether we're part of the EU or not, is this sort of move towards doing something much more radical, first of all, on health as it relates to food, and where we make it quite clear what the attributes of various products are. I characterize this as the Nutri-Score labeling scheme, which has got considerable traction in Europe. It's been picked up by all the major big food companies, but also governments are backing it. Are you an A or are you an E? And that has to be front of pack. But I think we're going much further than that. We're going on from Nutri-Score onto EnviroScore. You can see that happening. It hasn't been regulated yet, but it will be, where every food product on the shelf, retail shelf, will have to have some indication of what its impact on the environment is. And I would suggest that fresh produce in general, and particularly controlled horticulture, high-value horticulture, must score well, both on Nutri-Scores and EnviroScores. It must be a major plus for us going forward. And also, of course, in history, this COVID-19 has made this link between personal health and what we eat. Not least, so it's this unequivocal evidence that obesity and diabetes increases your health risks associated with viruses, and that's bringing more and more governmental pressure on citizens to eat less, to eat much more healthily, and to exercise more. We've seen in the UK, I mean, even Boris has got his arms around this and, reflecting his own experiences as a COVID-19 patient, saying, we have to do something about our diet and get on with it. And is that good for us? Yes, look at the Eat Well guide. Of course it's good for us. Of course it is. Just the UK? Not at all. Let's go. I'm a Canadian as well as a Brit. Here's the Canada's food guide. Plant foods are looking really, really good. Again, if you're in the red meat and dairy sectors, you're not at all well pleased with Canada's new food guide, or indeed with anybody's food guide, because all the focus is eat more fruit and veg. Moving on. So how do you make that link with consumers? And I don't think this is a strong area for us. In fact, I think it's a particularly poor area for us. Here we are, just going back a couple of months again. Ocean spray, we all know Ocean Spray, the cranberry people. You've got a berry that is just almost impossible to eat unless you process it and fill it full of sugar. But it has some health benefits. And so FDA in the US granting Ocean Spray qualified health claims for its cranberry juice. It's in particular, it's for its UTI health advantages, which urinary tract infections, which is particularly, women are particularly conscious of. So now Ocean Spray can make their health claim. And ask, do we ever do that in fresh produce? Hardly ever. I always look for those who are clear, outstanding performers in that regard. And I've picked here Zespri. Zespri, which is the unilateral, well, to a large extent, the kiwi fruit exporters of New Zealand, and they do a fabulous job. I work with them and I'm proud to do so. Particularly in Asia, fabulous job in saying, okay, what's the health advantages of kiwi fruits? Full of vitamin C. It's good for the immune system, and they're relentless in their promotion, and that's reflected in the results that they get in price and returns to growers. And also, they're not shy about shouting about the health benefits of their products. Here we are, it's more controversial, this, with their Sun Gold, their gold kiwis. I'm refreshingly sweet and have 3 times more vitamin C than oranges. Here they are having a knock at pineapples for their Zespri Green. They're not shy about it. And I was just reflecting back, looking at stuff to talk about with you people, that last year Kantar, the very good Kantar presentation, made the point sweetness is being called out on pack, but vitamin C not as much. And all I can do is agree, say, you've got some brilliant health advantages, just make more of it, for goodness sake. But you're not alone. I hardly see this as I go around the world. I mean, funnily enough, I was in the Philippines doing some talk in Robinson's supermarket, which is a dairy farm supermarket. And I saw this where in the fresh produce department, every item had underneath it what it was good for. Now, I'm not sure if it's legal. It's certainly effective. And I think, there are lessons to be learned here. And again, as a sort of trend, hardly related to tomatoes, but I think there are linkages, is this astonishing growth pre-COVID, accelerating during COVID, in this interest in plant-based foods, and not least plant-based protein. And why I think we should be cognizant of what is happening in this emerging and very fast-growing sector is that they are more long-term, serious competitors in the international food industry. Here's the Vegetarian Butcher, which is owned by Unilever. It's a company they bought from a Dutch investor. And what I like to see is, they're so consumer focused. They're so good at basic consumer marketing. And look at the names that they pick. It's all a little bit schoolboyish and sort of slightly naughty, but, Little Peckers, Little Willie's chickened out burgers, no chicken nuggets, etc. But these sort of fake meat products, they're consumer focused and they reflect demand pull, whereas I would suggest that in fresh produce, we're still, to a large extent, production-led and supply push, and that creates a problem for us. And so I look for these plant-based products, which, again, have just appeared in the last 2, 3, 4 years. Some of them are just fabulous in the way they present themselves. Here's Bol, which we'll all know. It came out of Innocent. So it was initially an Innocent, which of course is now owned by Coke. It came out of Innocent, and to one of the Innocent senior employees took it on as his own business. And you look at those products that you want to buy them. They just presented so well. It's and this is a salad. A Bol salad jar, the Japanese salad, the Mexican bean salsa and quinoa salad, brilliantly presented. And again, I look for examples in food that relate to produce, but often as not, it's in processed produce. Again, how you can use strong marketing to get your story across. And Strong Roots have done such a wonderful job. This is like a young entrepreneur from Ireland. If you look at the Strong Roots packs, he's been fabulously successful in a very short period of time. Exports to Australia, to the US, right across Europe. And again, it's just on good consumer communication. Really, really good. And why? It's that storytelling that is such an important part of selling all food, I would suggest. At the beginning of the year, 2020, there was like a flood of global trends for 2020. It's always follows Christmas. And trend number one for Innova Market Insights, which is a very good market research firm, was storytelling, winning with words. And so why do you want to know the story behind the food drinks that you buy? They're asking consumers to learn where the ingredients come from. In the case of tomatoes, I mean, what are the ingredients? Tomatoes are tomatoes. There's, it's a brilliant. It's not full of chemical ingredients, but I think they want to know more about the story of tomatoes, and it's that they'd be interested. They want to know how they're produced, particularly in increasingly high-tech conditions. They're fascinated by that, and I look for companies that are sort of good at telling the story. And I've taken a Northern Ireland example, you'll know it well, Mash Direct, who've taken up the most basic of products and turned them into relatively high value convenience food products with their Bubble and Squeak and their Champ, etc. Just brilliant. It's the storytelling that people like to see. Sometimes we tell the wrong story. And again, I was thinking, what about seasons for tomatoes? I think from a consumer point of view, they would have little or no idea, would they? Because of course of the 52-week coverage, they'll have some notion, I imagine, when tomatoes might be grown in the UK because they might have some in their own garden. But then I'm often sort of concerned about how retailers present the seasonal story. And this was just very recently out of Tesco. Pick of the crop, our best in season. And it was Pink Lady. And I thought, hang on. We don't grow Pink Lady. Whose season is it? And in this particular case, well, it was South Africa's season. You know, is that good communication? Probably not. Moving on. Okay, so what do I think? Sorry to rush you, but what do I think about the overall impact of COVID-19 as it relates to our sort of more broader agriculture and food industry? And I've got a little quote here from Moses Abramovitz. He's an economic historian, or was an economic historian. And as I say, not to be confused with Abramovich, of course, the owner of Chelsea Football Club for some of you. And what did he say? War and political and economic convulsions can serve as a ground-clearing experience, opening the way for new men and women, new organizations, and new modes of operation. And I see that happening right in front of my eyes with the convulsions that are a result of this sort of traumatic experience that we're all going through. And I see it rippling, it's just accelerating everything at such a rate of knots. And, in agriculture, where in history, investment in R&D has been relatively low vis-a-vis other industries, but I see it accelerating now. The use of AI, artificial intelligence, use of robots, drones in broad-scale agriculture, in fresh produce, not least robot apple pickers and what have you, and in your own industry. I don't know the extent to which it's embraced in the UK, but I'm sure we've got a big handle on it. I'm fascinated by the level of venture capital that's going into AI in agriculture. What slightly concerns me is that by far and away the highest proportion is US VC, venture capital. So here's an example from August, the tomato harvester launching September this month. I'm sure we're experimenting with this at big time in the UK, but you can just see it coming at pace. In history, I've been more involved in fresh berries in the UK, and their strawberries very difficult to be robotically picked, but it's coming. And again, it's coming at pace. It will be here years before we thought it was going to be here, because we're not going to be short of investment. I think it's just, are we going to be short of smarts? It's coming, this development of robotic picking, for example. And I would expect too, again, remember, as we sort of draw ourselves away from the EU, if not from Europe, that we may be perhaps more open about the use of technology in breeding. I'd expect to see CRISPR technology, for example, to be more acceptable. I think as we look through the decade we're in now, that I think consumers are starting to be just more sort of positive about what we can do with science, if there's good reason to do it, if we can show them why there are strong consumer benefits associated with technological change. I think that they will embrace that. It'll be interesting to see the impact that will have on the fresh produce industry. And I mean, here's an example which is non-fresh produce. I'm proud to have an Imperial College London label, and they've had lots of coverage through COVID-19 with all their medical folk. But if I went back to 2 years ago, Chris Tomazu, who's a professor in Imperial College London, launched something called DNA Nudge. And DNA Nudge was this sort of clever little machine where you would swab your mouth with one of those earbud things, stick it into the DNA Nudge machine, and then with Waitrose as the retailer to start off with, you could sort of just put your little DNA Nudge beep against the barcode of a product you're about to buy, and it would give you an indication of whether that was good for you, I mean you personally, or less good for you. And I thought at the time, wow, that will have its place in the market in about 10 years, but probably a little early now. But what's intrigued me, and why I've put it into this wee talk, is that he's relaunched this for coronavirus testing using the same machine, which gives results in 90 minutes. And so the lesson I learned there is that you've got existing technology which was developed for specific reasons, and you've got to look at it and say, to what extent can we get some leverage by using that in different areas? And I would think there's lots that we can learn from that in the high-value horticulture industry. So, for example, the tomato sector is pretty high-tech. Is it about the product we're in? Is it about tomatoes, or is it about the production technology, or both? And I'm assuming, and I haven't talked to you, it's been very difficult to talk to anybody, but to what extent do we see cannabis as being a genuine and possibly a huge opportunity for those who have skills in hydroponics, in sort of high-value horticulture? And we can just see it starting to bubble. As I mentioned, I'm a Canadian as well as a Brit, and in Canada it was legalized, and there's been astonishing investment there. And here's an example of essentially a Canadian firm investing in a UK bridge farm, because we can see we're on the cusp of it being made legal in the UK. I wonder if growing cannabis is more profitable than growing tomatoes. There we go. And something else that, again, looking at your mode of operation, is that intrigues me is the degree to which the media and indeed venture capital is interested in vertical farming and in urban farming. I've got an example here of Infarm. It's a German company. It's just secured $300 million US, as the company said, underscoring consumer and retail appetite for its production systems. We can see that Ocado, Sobeys in Canada, Kroger in the US, Aldi, Sainsbury's, Marks and Spencer's all have an interest in sort of, if you will, intensive horticulture in store or in Ocado's world in their customer, what is it? The regional distribution systems. It's a customer center, and I wonder about what the opportunities are there for you who've got clear skills in big technologies. It relates to hydroponic or even aero farming. So, is it about tomatoes or is it about the technology that you're associated with? There must be opportunities, I'm sure. Okay, before I get sort of too, almost done, so don't panic. I wanted to come in with a cautionary tale. Don't fall into the UK banana commodity market trap. Or have you already? So what is it? It's this sort of KVI conundrum, the KVI, the key value items, of which bananas is one. If you look across the high street, bananas are sold at about 85 to 90 pence per kg. As I say, essentially, they're a free good. If you look what's happened over the last 12, 13 years, that the average price has fallen, consumption has gone up, and nobody really worries about the low price of bananas because we don't produce them ourselves in the UK. It's somebody else's problem, i.e. banana producers in Ecuador, in Central America and elsewhere. And so, I mean, the problem for bananas is that essentially they have one SKU, it's the Cavendish banana, and it's become a complete commodity. And it's how can we avoid that for cherry tomatoes, for example? Looking just still on bananas, I mean, bananas sell at 13p a piece. I mean, nothing, absolutely nothing, except if you buy Kiddylicious banana soft biscotti, which sell for 25 times per kg relative to bananas. It's shocking, frankly. And this isn't just, it's not a UK problem. There's sort of pressure on retail price, downward pressure, and it's a global problem. Here we are snacking tomatoes, $2.20 per kg in Dutch supermarkets. I mean, there was a time when that was the premium product. Now, as I say, it's become almost a free good. So here's and just to on that same line, allow me just to pop into fruit. Again, something that I've been involved in for 20 plus years in the UK. And look what's happened in the fruit world, in the UK fruit world. Where have we seen the growth, if you will, in terms of consumer interest in fruit? If you look at this just quickly, back in 2007, berries were 18% of the value of the British fruit bowl. By 2020, they're 26% plus. What intrigues me there is that, fresh berries, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries in particular, they're high value fruit, and they've grown in terms of market share. Bananas have gone backwards in terms of value, but they've gone forwards in terms of volume. And something else also which is depressing is if you look for 2020, that the average weekly household spend, so spend per household in the UK for fresh fruit, is about £4. And the weekly spend per household for vegetables is round about the same. And it's that astonishingly low value that households still associate with fresh produce. When you ask them why they don't buy more, often as not, they'll say, fresh produce, it's rather expensive. Our average weekly spend on vegetables is about what we spend on 2 coffees. It's it needs addressing. And look what's happened in. So I'm still in the fresh berry market. Here we go. Over the last 10 years, there's been no growth, none. Average retail price for strawberries, for raspberries, or for blueberries, none. So just like your business too, I would suggest, does that mean that costs have been stable? Not at all. I mean, if I look at, just take labor costs, then we've seen this inexorable growth in labor costs. And so what it means is, from an industry point of view, I'm sure berries and tomatoes must be very similar in that what's happened, that to stay in business, you've either got to be hugely, highly specialized or big. And that's certainly the case for berries. So how can we avoid the commodity trap? Well, I mean, you can be, and how can you retain a margin? If you're a brilliant producer, if you're the most productive in the world, if you're, take a UK cycling Olympic gold medal approach to reducing costs, etc., then yes, that's one thing. But if I look across the world of produce, then it's examples of protectable plant varieties increasingly take prime position in premium markets. And here, so back to Pink Lady. I mean, Pink Lady in the UK, branded, and does it get a premium? Yes, I'll show you in a second. Look at kiwi fruit I was talking about, Zespri. Do their branded products get a premium? Yes, they do. Here's the Pink Lady example. They're a major advertiser, but just look, Tesco online this week. If you're buying Pink Lady apples, they're £3.65 a kilo. Gala or Braben, £2.20. A 65% premium for Pink Lady. Sadly, in my household, my wife thinks the only apples are Pink Lady. I try to explain to them that we don't grow them in the UK, but that doesn't stop her. Moving on. And the power of big brands. So again, a berry example. Here's Driscoll's, which has an astonishing global market share for fresh berries. And they have that sort of capacity to have that big display, their berry patch display in the US on the right-hand side, or in a European supermarket. Here's that power of the big brand. Of course, in vegetables, we can see this, that sort of IP protected products. I don't know how Hume is doing, but new purple tomato variety with umami taste Scoops Innovation Award in 2020. We've got this snack lettuce from Riek Swan. Tender stem, again, so this is protected crops, if you will, not by plastic or glass, but by legislation and regulation, which can deliver a premium. And so just, let me go back, almost done by the way, let's go back to New Zealand kiwi fruit and Zespri. If you look at this season and last season, Zespri really upbeat about their 2021 profits as they see climbing profits. And why are they so good? Because they're best in class, because they have a huge and strong R&D partnership with plant and food research in New Zealand, where they produce unique varieties that appeal to consumers, where they develop their brands globally, where they have a particular focus on health in Asia, where health is a particularly important attribute of fresh produce, where they manage the supply chain well, and where they have 52-week availability. They grow right around the world. If I look at berries, I think if I look at tomatoes, like fresh berries, tomatoes are so eye-catching when presented at retail en masse. I mean, my picture here is just of Phil's, the little teeny fresh produce guy, just 200 meters down the road from me. He just puts them out in a heap and it stops the tourists and they just take pictures. We are blessed with having a product that is Instagrammable to a great degree. Yet, when I look at how we present it, given that we're sort of moving, if you will, towards online offer, I was just this week looking at Sainsbury's online fresh tomato offer. And here we are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 18 SKUs here. You tell me, this is, your area of expertise. I'm saying online category management, it's a complete mystery to me. How on earth consumers navigate this, I have no idea. I mean, you've got to go to night school to know how to buy tomatoes at JS. You move from 175 a kilo to something 3-4 times that. It's confusing, and I see the same reflected at the retail shelf for those who go actually in store. And almost done. Looking to grow your market? Add another eating occasion. The last set of visits I did was in Canada. I was talking about plant-based protein in Canada. And I was just in a shopping center going for breakfast. And I saw, this is a McDonald's, chicken for breakfast? Yes, please. You know, if you add another eating occasion, then you can suddenly magnify your market. I think we saw that, didn't we, with the smashed avo on toast. And, you know, we've got to do something for tomatoes on that. I mean, you've got to do a bruschetta smashed avo. It's just that, you know, have we got the capacity to do that? Have we got the margin to do that? Who is going to do that? But it's there for the taking. So concluding thoughts quickly. COVID-induced recession and no-deal Brexit, double whammy for UK economy. But actually, for the food industry, we're better placed than most. But we will see really serious food retail price wars, and that will be reflected in margin pressure. Food service battered, and it will continue to struggle, I think. But there'll be much more eating out in, where we'll go to our favorite restaurant, but we'll do it electronically, and it will just be sent home. COVID has accelerated some trends: online shopping, preference for local, concern about the environment, growth of emerging routes to the consumers. But I asked the question, are tomatoes well positioned in a multi-channel world? This notion of climate-friendly diets, I think it's very favorable for homegrown, protected fresh produce crops. And the health and well-being trend offers huge opportunities for fresh produce. Don't forget to tell consumers about the family health and the provenance benefits of tomatoes. I see this acceleration of technology applied to high-value horticulture. Of course, that gives you opportunities to improve productivity in tomato production distribution. But what about opportunities in alternative higher value crops? You know, and I gave the example of cannabis. The commodity trap and race to the bottom on prices is a clear and present danger. And we're seeing that for salad tomatoes, so-called salad tomatoes, and for cherries. Premium prices are often aligned with IP-protected club varieties and strongly branded products. And look, give the confused shopper a break and sort out the retail tomato category. It's so confusing. We're eating more at home. Do a smashed avocado on toast, 4 tomatoes, and homemade sourdough. I think it's there. It's time that smashed avocado took a back seat to bruschetta, homemade bruschetta. And I think that's my lot. I do hope you've got some questions. I hope you stayed with me, as I don't know, but I'll soon find out, I've no doubt. Thank you.
David, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we certainly stayed with you. Our very first question that came through just said, what a fantastic speaker. And I have to agree, your enthusiasm is infectious and tremendous. Thank you very much for that. Somebody else has asked something.
Everyone
somebody
can
else
see and hear you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope
absolutely.
I'm looking respectable.
You are. Thank you, David. I mean, one of the other questions that's been asked of me here was, is it time for us to rebrand our miracle fruit? We did a miracle fruit report a few years ago, investigating the health benefits of tomatoes. From what you say there, it's clearly we need to not keep that quiet. Maybe we should shout about it. So that's that. First, just question, you can't hear me, David, can't you? Yeah. Can you hear me?
I don't think you can.
Oh, no, that's a nightmare. I can't believe it. It looks like technology's beaten us, David. If you can hear me. Oh, no, I can't believe that. You give it a couple of seconds just in case we can get David to hear me. He's not. Is he gone? Never mind. In your absence, and David, let me just say thank you very much indeed for that. That was just incredible. We did have a number of questions that I was going to ask. You've definitely inspired tomato growers, definitely in the UK and around the world watching, I don't doubt. Fantastic, thank you. Okay, well, while I'm in the mood to say thank you, I need now to sort of wind up our day's event by saying some thank yous. Firstly, obvious to all our speakers. You put a lot of effort in before the event. You worked with us through setting up all the IT to try and do our very first virtual event, and I'm very grateful for your efforts. there, and it's been very well received. For the delegates, particularly for those that have put questions through, hopefully we've been able to answer the questions for you in real time. Remember, if they haven't, please get in contact directly with the Tomato Growers Association, the Technical Committee, and directly with the AHDB people. I want to say an absolutely enormous thank you on behalf of not just myself, but all of you, for what I'm going to call the TGA conference team. I'm sure you know who they are, but the two ladies from the AHDB, Natalie and Anna in particular, you've been incredible. Given that we've taken this from zero, and I'm looking straight at them now, nobody else can see them, taking this from zero to what I think has been a superbly successful event. Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, goes without saying also on the committee to Phil Morley, who's just always there, always makes things happen, never stops smiling, and of course to Julie Woolley, who without your enthusiasm, Julie, this event just wouldn't happen. It's been very strange, not all being together in the same space this time, actually at the event. But thank you all for your efforts in organising it. I can't say any more thank yous without picking out the IT guys from the HDB. Thank you, guys. It's not been easy trying to bring feeds in from all over the place, different countries as well, and trying to bring them in and out. I think we've done remarkably well. I was a bit concerned that I was going to be the only person talking to you today, and that wouldn't have been helpful. So thank you very much. Can I remind you all, please, to complete the feedback form. That's under the feedback icon on the left-hand side of your screen. Very, very, very important to us. We need to understand what we need, what we maybe missed, what you'd like to see more of, etc. for the next event. That's absolutely critical. I want to remind you also that the conference platform is available for the next 3 months, so you can hear the watch. Oh, that's a bit strange. So you can hear, you can rewatch over and over again for the various presentations that you want to see. So thank you for that. I maybe should have mentioned this more during the day, but for anyone that needs the Enroso or basis points, you can get those via the conference within the actual conference platform. So please do that. Or if you've got any problems, again, come back to the TGA or AHDB team. I'm sure we can help you out with that one. Thank you all for attending what I view has actually been a very successful day. I've been really, really pleased to be involved in it. We've learned a lot, and I believe that hopefully the 2021 British Tomato Growers Conference will be back with everybody all together. Even if it is, I believe that we will also have a virtual element to it, because I think encouraging people from around the world to join in is the right way forwards. So thank you very much indeed for joining. What has been an interesting experience, and I think a very positive one, at the British Tomato Growers Conference for 2020. Thank you all, and goodbye.